is everyone doing? There is a lot for us to talk about, so first let me just make sure that everything is well set up perfectly and that we are all set to go. How is everyone doing? I was very excited to get into the stream to talk about Monster Hunter Wilds, but coincidentally, some of my suspicions did end up being confirmed, so there is even more things for us to talk about. So I'm very excited about this, and I think it's gonna be a fun stream. Also, sorry to everyone about the delay in the stream. I had some family emergencies come up. I'm sure many of you have gone through similar things. So, you know, just unfortunate stuff, really. It is what it is, you know? We push through. And how is everyone doing? So, to those of you that... Yeah, everything is okay. Thank you for asking, by the way. But, for those of you that were asking, did I have early access into the game? No, but we do have some people that were able to get an early look at the game. They were able to see a presentation. And that was actually something that I speculated upon a lot. So that is also what I want to talk about, because in this stream I kind of wanted to focus on how likely we are, or when we are likely going to be getting the demo, what it's going to contain, and also, are we going to be getting new gameplay before the actual demo, before Gamescom, which I was really believing was going to be the case, and now we have some really good confirmation that that is going to be a thing. So I want to go through all of the evidence. You know, it's still conjecture at the end of the day, but it's like at this point it's 99% sure that it's going to be real. Also, let me know if the audio is fine before we start to jump into it. But yeah, thank you guys for all of the concerns. Everything is fine on my end. It was just a big scare for a bit, but everything is fine now, thankfully. And hold on, what is this? Why is my OBS flipping up all of a sudden? What is happening? Yo, the philanthropist, thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs, dude. Thank you so much. Damn, really appreciate it, dude. But, yeah, let's just jump into it. So, first of all, I'm gonna stop the stream for a little bit. So I thought that we were going to be getting... I was very much believing that we were going to be getting some extra gameplay before Gamescom, because there's such a gap between now and actual Gamescom. And so there was a big feeling that I had that we were going to be getting new gameplay. And actually one of you guys did send me this clip over from Maximilian Dude, who is an amazing streamer, by the way, much respect to him. And he did get to see a presentation about Monster Hunter Wilds. He saw some actual gameplay. So here's what he had to say.
I can say I did see Monster Hunter Wilds. I can't tell you anything about it. The only thing I can tell you is that we'll be back to talk about it on Tuesday. Because if you think about this, it makes sense. It didn't make any sense to me at the start.
There we go. So he got to see quite a lot about Monster Hunter Wilds, and he's going to be getting, or he's going to be able to talk about it on Tuesday, which is when the NDA that he has signed is going to expire. And it would not make sense for Capcom to allow the content creators that have seen gameplay for Monster Hunter Wilds to talk about it without Capcom actually releasing stuff. So it just makes total sense that we're going to be getting new gameplay. In addition to that, I also have, which is the coincidental stuff that came in as I was preparing this stuff for the stream. Where is it? So we have, I'm opening Twitter, hold on, this is not good, it could potentially have porn in it. Okay, I think it's fine this. We have this tweet that just came out an hour ago from the official Monster Hunter page. Media and creators were treated to a behind closed doors presentation of Monster Hunter Wilds at Summer Games Fest. Keep an eye out later this week for first impressions and coverage. And again, it goes back to the same thing where the NDA is going to expire tomorrow on Tuesday. So I am betting money that we are going to see new stuff tomorrow from Capcom for Monster Hunter Wilds. Like straight up, I cannot see how we're not going to be getting that. Additionally, we also have this other tweet by Miss 5000 Watts, who is a fantastic streamer that I've been watching since 2014, since Destiny released. She was also able to get that presentation for Monster Hunter Wilds, and she says, Wilds wasn't playable here, it was just a presentation. It will be playable at Gamescom for the first time. We should be getting some more info coming out of this though, I really need to know more. So yeah, again, the NDA is going to release tomorrow. It would not make sense for Capcom to also not release gameplay because all the creators that had access to this could quite simply just start making videos on Monster Hunter Wilds and what they saw. And you know, you would think that Capcom would release things along to go with it. So I'm very much expecting all of that to be in there. So again, it's like there is going to be gameplay for sure tomorrow, or rather, there's going to be new gameplay for sure this week, but I'm 99% sure that it's going to be tomorrow because that is when the NDA is going to end. So, and to further add to this, hold on, we have a bit more evidence. We're being Monster Hunter detectives today. Kogath has tweeted out this from Yuya Tokuda, who is on the development team, showing Monster Hunter Wilds live playthrough close to media. Again, pretty much the same thing, hinting at there will be more information revealed way before the Gamescom, which takes place at the end of August. So, again, it's not that we're going to be getting a Capcom showcase or that we are going to be getting like an actual presentation, but more likely than not, the same way that Monster Hunter did release a trailer the day after they showcased the first trailer for Wilds, where the developers just talked about the game. I'm feeling that tomorrow or sometime this week we're going to be getting some extra gameplay. Kogath also replied to someone saying tomorrow. There it is. I really do believe that it's going to be tomorrow because again, that is when the NDA is going to end. It just doesn't feel right that you would set the date for an NDA to be tomorrow, but you wouldn't do anything with it until a few days later. It just doesn't feel professional. Now, I also want to speculate on the demo because there is a lot of things for us to go through in regards to when the demo is going to be released worldwide, because we know that Gamescom is going to take place at the end of August. So let's see, Gamescom 2024 date. It starts on the 21st and ends on the 25th of August. Now, when did the Iceborne playable demo at E3 release? This was on the 12th of June. Okay, are you following? Now, if I have this video from our good old boy Rurikan over here, that the Iceborne beta became available on June 21st to 23rd for PlayStation Plus members, and from June 28th to the 30th for all PlayStation members. Which would mean that essentially you would have to go for about a week or two from the time that the demo is available at the convention. This time around it was not actually Gamescom, it was E3 when the first Iceborne demo became playable. People were able to play it on the floor of E3, like it's going to be playable with Wilds on the floor of Gamescom this year. So I feel like, given that Gamescom is going to take place between the 21st and the 25th, if we take a look at, of course, the calendar, if we add 1 or 2 weeks after that, that would place us around the final week of August, going into the first week of September, where I would be betting money that we're going to be getting the playable demo at home for everyone for Monster Hunter Wilds. Now, I'm going to be making a poll here on the stream, see if you guys agree with me, or am I just coping here? But I really do believe that this is how it's going to work. So let me make a poll here, start a poll. What is the question? When will... First of all, the first question, will we see new gameplay tomorrow? Just yes or no? That is the first question on the poll for the stream. So you guys are going to be able to vote. Again, I am very, very confident that's going to be the case. At the very least, we're definitely getting new stuff this week. At the very, very least. But again, the NDA points that tomorrow is going to be the day that we're going to be getting new gameplay. So it seems that the majority is leaning towards yes, but it's not a definitive answer. It could just be an info dump, that is a good point. But given that the creators that have spoken about having seen it, you know, it's still up in the air. Maybe it is too soon to say that it is tomorrow. Maybe I'm just coping, guys. Which is totally fine. And I would really hope to see gameplay from all of the new weapons as well, because we have only seen the Greatsword and Heavy Bowgun so far. So I could totally see the developers coming on to talk about the game for a bit, show us a few different things, and a bit of extra gameplay. Will you stream it if it happens tomorrow? Absolutely. I will be glued to the screen looking out for news so that we can talk about all of that. Yes, the NDA running out tomorrow doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be releasing stuff tomorrow, but let's say that I'm in the position of Maximilian Dude. I've been able to watch Monster Hunter Wilds gameplay, and I have signed an NDA that states tomorrow I can talk about it. Why would I not just tomorrow spill the beans on everything, right? And I feel like Capcom would want to anticipate themselves ahead of the creators, so that, you know, that's usually good for marketing. And that is the way that Capcom has been doing things in the past. Like, I have signed NDAs with Capcom in the past. That is how they usually go about things. Now, I don't know any creator personally that I am friends with that has had this NDA or anything. So I don't really know the extent of this, but of course, even if I knew, I wouldn't leak anything. But again, this is conjecture at this point, but it seems to be very much... I would say it's an educated guess, because we do have a lot of evidence pointing towards this. And again, the second poll that I want to make, this one finished, by the way, with 62% saying yes, 38% saying no. The second poll I want to make is... when do you think we're going to be getting the playable demo? When do we get the demo? And my first one is going to be on the 28th of August. And my second option is going to be the 5th of September. And my third option is going to be a later date. And again, I do believe that it is going to be either on the 28th of... on that window between the 28th and the 5th of September. Because that is 1 to 2 weeks after the Gamescom. And again, with E3, we got the playable demo at home 1 week after it was available at E3. So I'm giving it a grace period by having 2 weeks. I think that if they release it on November, it might be too late because there are a ton of games releasing at that point. I feel like it would be weird for them to release it that late into the year, because November is when you are getting all of the big hitters at once. And that's really a window that you want to avoid unless you are releasing a big title, which is not going to be the case, it's only going to be a demo. Now, as for the actual release date, I have already talked about this with you guys in my last stream. I do believe it's going to be on February, early February, and maybe potentially at the end of January. Some people have said March. I feel like that's going to be a little bit too late compared to the tendencies that we have seen with Monster Hunter World and Rise as well. I feel like if you look at the previous record for Capcom, it would seem that February is the perfect spot for them to release the game. But yeah, tomorrow, again, for those of you that are just joining the stream, tomorrow the NDA for people that have watched Monster Hunter Wilds is going to be ending. And that is very much a good indication for them to release new gameplay for the game. I think we get the small demo first and then we get the bigger demo. That is true, we did get the demo in different tiers in the past. Which also brings me to the next point, which is, what kind of monsters are we expecting to hunt in the demo? So, in the previous demos, we often only have 1, maybe 2 maps to hunt the monsters in. You guys have to remind me in Monster Hunter Rise, because I didn't play the demo of Rise a whole lot. But I believe we only had 1 map for Rise, but in World we actually had 2 different maps. We had the Ancient Forest, and later on we had the Wildspire Waste, where you would be able to hunt the Nergigante. Did we have more maps in Rise? I'm not remembering. I know that in Sunbreak we had the Volcano map. Yeah, Doshaguma and Balahara are definitely going to be in. 100%, and we are likely going to be getting a third monster. Potentially that flagship that we saw. That potential electricity flagship that we are still speculating on. And I think we can also say that maybe we'll be hunting Rathalos, because he was the first monster to be confirmed, and let's be real, it's Rathalos. So it wouldn't be much of a spoiler for them to add Rathalos to the game. Only 1 map on the first Rise demo? Okay, I see. Yeah, well, I didn't really remember it, I didn't play that much. But yeah, we did have... what monsters did we have? We had Great Izuchi, Mizutsune, Rathian, Tetronodon, I think, was also there. And what's the name of the Firebird from Rise as well? Acnosom? Yeah, I think it was Acnosom, Tetronodon, Great Izuchi, Rathian, Mizutsune, and Magnamalo. I think those were all of them. So actually, let me do it like this. Hold on. I think we can make it even better here. Let me do a display capture here. We're doing risky business by doing this, but fuck it. Oh, this window doesn't show up. Interesting. Why doesn't that show up? Now, if I do this, does it work? It does, okay. So let me put this bigger for you guys. And let's open up the notepad. And this is going to be the count for the monsters that we can expect to see from the demo in Wilds. Because I do think that this would be like a fun exercise. So, Monster Hunter Rise. We had Great Tezuchi. Tetronodon. I don't know how to spell him. Tetronodon, I think it's how you spell it. Magnamalo. Rathian. Mizutsune. Agnosom. And am I missing any monsters that were on the Rise demo here? Great Tezuchi, Tetronodon, Rathian, Mizutsune, Agnosom, and Magnamalo. And it's always fun that we get those powerful monsters at the end of the demo where you are. It's really tough to take them down. Is it like this? Okay. Now, so in World, what did we have? I think we had, what was it? Great Jagras? Oh god, it was such a long time ago. Kuluyaku, I think it was. Rathalos and Rathian, I'm pretty sure. Nergigante. Baroth. And I don't remember any more monsters that we had in the demo for World. Oh, Bishaten was in the demo for Rise? Was it? I don't remember that at least. Can I just put this over? I can't. Okay, let me do it like this. I'll push it here. Anjanath. Of course Anjanath was playable. Of course Anjanath was playable. How could I forget Anjanath? Puke was there? Yeah, I have Nergigante here. Nargacuga was in the Iceborne demo. You are right. Yes. So, I'm gonna give question mark for Puke. Oh, it was a rare spawn? And Diablos too? Okay. Again, it was such a long time ago, I don't remember. Was Arzuros for Rise? In the Rise demo? I can see that actually, yeah. So, we already have a pretty big list of monsters for these two games. So that already gives us a lot of window to speculate on how many we're going to be getting for the demo for Wilds. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 for Rise. And for World. Nine. No, I don't think Gossarak was available in the Rise demo, because we only had one map, right? We didn't have the ice map in the Rise demo. And also, we will also get to speculate on how many monsters the base roster will have. I can remove the pinned message here from chat now. But, so how many do we have for Wilds now? We have Balahara, Doshaguma, Chatacabra, And we have the electric... Let's call it electric wyvern. Yeah, World did get the demo a long time before release, that is true. But I'm kind of going off the way that they did the events, where they had playable demos, playable on site at the event, and then the demo becoming available at home. And if we follow that release window, then that coincides. Why did the trailer freeze? Hello? Is it because it's in 4K? Hold on. There you go. So, we can also add to this list, I suppose, Rathalos. Thormagala? That's actually a really good name. So far, we have these 5 different monsters, which I would expect all of them, potentially not the electric wyvern, to be available in the demo. I think Base World only had 30 monsters. I don't think it had that many. I don't think it had 36. Maybe I'm misremembering, but I thought it was only like 30 at release. By the way, guys, just in case you are confused, I am talking to both Twitch and YouTube. I am streaming on both platforms. Have you heard the theory the theme of Wilds is cryptids, like Rise and Sunbreak was folklore? Ooh, we do see a few runes along in some different places in the trailer, like the electric poles, and I think some of the rocks do have runes in them, don't they? If they were to make one of these monsters the difficult one, they would definitely make it the electric guy. Unless we see a new monster. The multi-talented stream. Hey Ark, what's up, dude? I think we would have a sacred carding in the demo. Oh yeah, we would definitely have the sacred in the demo for sure, and we can definitely set up like a Mario Kart session with the boys. That would be fun. Yeah, I need to take care of that, Richard Young. You are right. I need to have pop up the chat that combines both Twitch and YouTube at the same time and have them both displayed on stream. I've been looking into that. A friend of mine recommended me one, but when we were taking a look at it, the widget broke. So we kind of lost our option, but that is a very good idea. Now, this is not the returning monsters list, this is just the list of monsters from the demo. From each corresponding demo. Are the hopes of a new weapon squashed now? Honestly, I think they are. At this point, I have 90% confidence that there is no new weapon. Honestly. Imagine fighting a pack of Glavenus, that would be interesting. Now, this is not the returning monster list, I was looking at the demo monster list. So we are likely going to be getting at least a few more for the demo. So let's say that we're going to be getting like an additional 2 or 3 monsters that are not here on the list yet. But I think we should also discuss the returning monsters now. Juratotus was in World's demo? he's the most forgettable monster for me, so if he was, I have no recollection of fighting him. Each demo seems to have an Elder Dragon in it. Rise didn't have an Elder. In the demo, that is. Forget Jura, bring back Plesioth. Okay, so Jura Totos was... okay. So that is actually 10. So yeah, if we get a demo for Wilds, I would expect it to be... 8 monsters that we can hunt. I feel like that would be a good number. Now, are we getting more than one map? Given the scale of the map, I don't think that we would be getting an additional map. I think we would only play on the Forbidden Lands. I think that's how it's going to spell. I think that's how it's going to be called, this map. How many years has it been since a new weapon? 11 years. 11 years without a weapon. Which is pretty insane. So yeah, I think that this is like a good idea for us. For the demo, at least. I think we can all... I'm gonna make a poll just to see how you guys feel about this. So how many monsters is going to be the first question. How many monsters in the demo? It's going to be 5, 6, 7, 8. Actually, let's make it a bit higher. 7, 8, 9, or 10. In my opinion, it's going to be around 8. I feel like that is a safe number that they would go with. Let's see, 7 is winning currently. Feels like everyone is erring on the side of caution, that they're not going to be adding a lot of monsters. The demo would likely include all of the weapons. The way, in case you didn't play any of the previous Monster Hunter demos, the way that they are set up is essentially they hook you up with an armor set and a weapon, and you don't have to set up anything, and you go straight into the hunt. And actually, the armor sets that they give you, at least in Rise, they don't come with armor skills, funnily enough. Like you may have, for example, the Baroth armor set, but you don't get Slugger, you don't get any of the skills from the armor set. It's just visually, they just change visually. They don't have any active skills. Again, at least in the Rise demo. I'm not 100% sure about the World demo. Again, it's been 6 years since I played that thing. But that's how it worked with Rise demo. For a demo, I don't think a lot of monster variety would be the move. I feel like they would want to let... oh, I missed it. To let the pack feature shine. I would agree with you, but when you take a look at the pretty large number of monsters that we got in previous demos, I can totally see them going above the 7 count. But yeah, I'm much more inclined to say 7 and 8 other than 9, 10 or even higher. Do you think it's going to be as heavy graphics-wise as, say, Elden Ring? I don't know how heavy Elden Ring is in terms of graphics. Like, Elden Ring doesn't look good because of the graphics. The game actually has pretty bad textures. The game looks good because of the visual art style and the art direction. But yeah, this game is going to be much more intense on your hardware, for sure. Do you think the Forbidden Lands will be a part of the new world? or a whole new continent, because when I first saw the trailer, I thought of the Sakuna Desert, which is in the old world. I don't think it's going to be in the old world. I think there is the... Hold on, there is the Monster Hunter World map that we can take a look at. Monster Hunter World map. Or I should say the World of Monster Hunter map. Because, if I'm not mistaken, we can actually spot that location. Is it this one? No, it's not this one. This is not official. There is one... I think it's this picture. Yes, I think that we are going into this area, if I'm not mistaken. Here on the right side. And I think that even Gaijin Hunter was speaking on this. Because if I'm not mistaken, like the new world is this on the left, and we are going into the right here. I think that that is the idea. But to be honest, I'm not a lore expert, so I can totally be messing this up. Okay, looks like everyone seems to agree it's going to be between 7 or 8 monsters for the demo. So, let's go with that, 7 to 8 monsters, 55/30%. Now, another thing that I want to discuss is the total roster of monsters for this game. So let me go ahead and do this. Basically clean that up. So how many monsters do you think we're going to be getting at launch? Because if I'm not mistaken, World had a base roster of 30 monsters. And without update 1.1, or was it 1.3? That came in Rise, we didn't get the Elder Dragons until much later when the game released. I mean, we can always confirm here on the official wiki. So let's see, Monster Hunter World list of monsters. These include Iceborne monsters. I don't want those. There you go, the base monster roster. Engineath. It's including DLC monsters. I'm not talking about the DLCs. So we're going to have to exclude the DLCs here. Engineath, Baroth, Basil. Seething was not in the base game as well, I'm pretty sure. So that is 1, 2, Behemoth, Deviljho wasn't there. Diablos, but Diablos, that's 3 and 4. Dodogama, Great Gyros, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Kolv wasn't there at the start. 11, 12, 13. Lunastra was not there at the start as well. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. 6, 7, Xenojiva 8, Zora Magnaros 9, 29 monsters without DLCs, 29. That's a pretty small roster size. Because I want to know how many monsters are going to be there at release. We're going to be getting free title updates, of course, we can expect to see those, but I want to compare the base version of the game at release. So like, day 1 of Monster Hunter Wilds, how many monsters are we going to see? So yeah, World had 29 at release. 40 to 50? No, dude, I saw some people saying that same sentiment, and when you take a look at the level of detail that they are paying to the environment, I honestly feel like it's going to be smaller than the launch roster of World. Like, and I cannot see this game having more than 30 monsters at release. I cannot see that personally. Again, we're going to go back into the polls. But first I want to count the base roster for Rise. And this is World. So how many monsters did Rise have at release as well? I still think around 30 or 40. 40 if there's any DLC monsters, but for base game probably 30 is the max. Yeah. I honestly cannot see more than 30. I think it would be crazy if they were to go above it. Monster Hunter Rise list of monsters. Again, we're going to be doing the same thing. Large monsters. Do they separate DLC here? They don't. They do. It has the Apex don't count, right? I think we all agree the Apex don't count as a separate monster. Can we all agree on that? Yeah, we'll never know until the game actually releases. This is just purely speculation, conjecture. We're all just trying to see and figure out how that is going to work. So let's go. Acnosome, Almudron, Engineath, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Wait. Was Basil at release? I don't think Basil was at release, was he? Actually, let me look it up like this. Monster Hunter Rise title updates. This is for Sunbreak. I want to see for Rise. I mean, sure. Okay, none of this. Yeah, that's the thing. It's hard to see through here, because some of these I know were title updates. Like, I think Basil was not in release, right? Okay, Basil was not. By the way, guys, there's a bit of a delay on the YouTube stream. That's the way YouTube does things. But yeah. Okay, so let's start from the beginning with the Rise count. But I'm happy that I remembered that Basil was not at release. So Acnosome, Almudron, Engineath, Arzuros, Barioth, Baroth, Bazarios. So that is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Camilios was not. Diablos 9, Ghostrak 10. Baggy 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Kushala was not. 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. Teostra was not. 28, 29. Was the Serpent was Narwa there at release? I think it was only Ibushi. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it was only Ibushi. Bye, Olivia Husus. Thank you so much for dropping by. Take care, dude. I know that All-Mother was not there. I know that Ibushu was there. I don't know if Serpent Narwa was there. That's the weird thing with this game. Narwa was there? Okay. So that is 29, I believe. 30, 31. Crimson Glow was added later. 32, 33, and 34, I think. If I didn't miscount anything, it's 34. So again, not a huge roster size, although to be fair with Rise, Teostra, Kushala, and Chameleos, I think they were all supposed to be launch monsters. They ended up being title updates because of COVID, right? Because COVID did kind of ruin the development of the game. Maybe not ruin, but it certainly had an effect. I think we can all agree on that. But, you know, at the end of the day, Rise did launch with 34 monsters, if I didn't miscount it. Yes, you are right, World was a new engine. That is true. That is true. It would be easier to port monsters from Rise to Wilds. It would be easier to do it. That is a good point you are bringing up, for sure. But I don't know, whenever I see all of these environmental aspects, like the monster going up the rock formation, the sandstorm, the sand pit, and all of that, I don't know. It feels like they are putting in a lot more effort into these monsters, but maybe it's because we've only seen a very little amount of monsters, so maybe it's like these ones are getting all of this attention, maybe some others don't get as much. So they would be easier to develop, you know? Now, if I'm not mistaken, the weakest launch lineup was Monster Hunter Tri, which I think only had like 23 monsters at release. Let me see. List of monsters. Monster Hunter Tri. Let's see, large monsters. They had 18 monsters in Tri when the game released. But hey, Elatrion, Kaedas, Barioth, Lagiacrus, they had a lot of quality on this roster. They had a lot of quality on this small roster, at least. But yeah, they did have a lot of issues because they were not planning on building for the Wii, and then they ended up making the game for the Wii. It was a whole ordeal. But yeah, I think that, again, I'm gonna make the poll now as to how many monsters do you guys expect us to get with Monster Hunter Wilds. So let's see, how many monsters at release? So the first option is going to be 25. Actually, I'm going to do it like this. The first option is 25 to 28, second option 28 to 30, third option 30 to 35, and the and the final option more than 35. No, this is just large monsters, sorry, just large monsters. And by the way, guys, thank you all so much for being here. It's been a lot of fun to stream more often, so I really want to get back into doing this more often. Because it's just so much fun to talk to you guys about the game and what we can expect to see and everything, so I really appreciate you guys, just want to say that. Does Wilds count as an anniversary title? I wouldn't really say that. Like, Wilds is just, you know, it's going to be the evolution of the franchise. I don't think that it's going to be an anniversary title, kind of like GU was. Okay, so the most people are saying between 30 and 35. But the odds are pretty split, actually. I'm gonna wait a little bit, allow more people to vote in. Come tomorrow, really new gameplay? Honestly, Julian, I'm very much expecting that to be the case. We already went over that at the beginning of the stream, but basically there's some NDAs that a lot of creators that got to see gameplay from Wilds signed, and the NDA is going to drop tomorrow, which would indicate more likely than not that we're going to be getting gameplay tomorrow. Alright, I'm gonna finish the votes as soon as we get 175, we're only missing one. And there we go. The poll has finished. And these are the results, pretty close, all things considered. But 30 to 35 is the winner, which is very impressive. Hunting Fiver, we still don't have the details on the demo. We're just discussing that. And I am speculating that the demo is going to be on September. Although some people have pointed out that it can be later on in the year, which I can see that as well. Although, as I said before, I think that releasing the demo on November or December could be not a very good idea in my opinion. Hey Dark Hero, what do you think about a monster based on a Titanoboa or the... I'm sorry my friend, I don't know what you are talking about. I'm not familiar with any family of crocodiles. Yeah, I did see the tweet, and that is exactly, we went over that same tweet, and we went over also a couple of people that have played the game, not played the game, sorry, that have seen the game in action, and they are the ones that have confirmed that the NDA drops tomorrow. Yeah, I think that a demo at right after the end of summer is the best way to do it. Or because if you start to release the demo around the holiday season, I do think that you're going to lose out on a lot of hype. But maybe that's just me. We will all get the demo for the game. The demo is definitely happening. No, they said there will be a playable demo at Gamescom. So you'll need to go there on site, buy the ticket, which is like 2,000 euros to go there or something crazy. Maybe it's not that expensive, but the trip certainly is expensive. And, you know, you're going to have to wait in line to actually get to play it. But then, what I suspect is going to be 1 week or two after Gamescom ends, we're going to be able to actually play it at home. Which again goes in line with the release date for demos that they have done in the past, where after following a convention, they released a demo that was available at the convention a week or two after. Gamescom is between the 21st and 25th of August in Germany, yes. Yeah, I'm sorry. Just to explain the 2,000 euros was taking into account the trip. For me. So, depending on where you live, it'll be easier for you. You think we'll get access to the character creator? Not in the demo, I don't think. Maybe they will do it because it was such a big deal with Dragon's Dogma 2, and maybe they might want to use it as a marketing ploy, like, not a marketing ploy, that sounds dirty. They want to use it as a marketing tool, you know, because one of the biggest assets in their marketing for Dragon's Dogma was certainly the character creation. And since it's the same company using the same engine, they can definitely go ahead with that. Is it true that the mount will run and dodge automatically? That is what I've heard from multiple sources. Nothing is confirmed yet because we haven't seen actual gameplay. But that is what I've heard from multiple sources. The Dragon's Dogma 2 demo did let you port over the characters. You just had to do a convoluted way of selecting the character that you wanted to port over, but you were able to do it. I hope they'll make it automatically. Oh, I hope they meant it'll go automatically around trees, but not dodge the monster attacks. Yeah, I hope they don't make it automatically dodge the attacks. It doesn't... I don't know, I don't like the idea. I think everybody kinda is on the same... We're all on the same page when it comes to that, I feel like. Like, we want to be able to dodge ourselves the attack, not have the sacred dodge it by itself automatically. It feels weird to take control out of your character. I mean, ultimately it's not going to be a huge portion of your gameplay time. Realistically, you won't be doing a lot of combat on top of your sacred. Although, maybe if you are a heavy bowgun user and you are able to stay on top of it all the time and he is just going to dodge everything, that can be potentially really overpowered. So maybe it has some internal cooldown, some way of keeping track of some dodges. Again, I don't like that something automatically dodges, but it seems like it's going to be the way to go. I want to drive a car, not have an auto-dodging taxi, basically. That is a good way of putting it. I can see draw builds using the sacred a lot. I can see that, though to be honest, the Palamute wasn't used a lot for any kind of draw greatsword, for example. Yeah, as I said when I discussed with Ark and Rurikan on Ark's channel, when we made that video, I feel like they're going to add a lot of restrictions to weapons like the heavy bowgun when you are on top of the sacred. Like, for example, the sacred has its own stamina, and you using the heavy bowgun is going to consume it faster, kind of like you are in demon mode with the dual blades. Or maybe that you just get a ton of recoil whenever you fire off while on top of the sacred. There's going to need to be those restrictions because, let's be real, as Monster Hunter players, we're going to try to find the most powerful thing, and we're going to try to make it as optimal as possible. That's just something that the community does. And if the sacred is an element of that formula, we're going to use it and abuse it. Sacred will dodge around Gemma and not until it creates a pastel de blame. The Portuguese puns. They never fail. Also later on this stream, I do want to make a tier list, because on my last stream we started to record a tier list for all of the monsters in the game. I want to go back and finish that tier list. And by in the game, I mean in Monster Hunter World. And I do want to go back and finish that tier list where I rank all of the monsters from easiest to hardest. That's something that I have not finished yet. And also, let me do something here in the stream. There we go. I hope this doesn't make the stream lag a little bit. All I need is my Puke for the coolest layer female armor. We might be getting Puke, that's right. We should go over the list of returning monsters that you guys think is the most likely to happen. Imagine a wild tier list would be a 2-minute stream. A very, very short one. I want to know how the Hunting Horn songs will work when you swap weapons. I think that you are just going to retain the melodies. It's something that I was thinking the other day, like, I think I'll just take the Hunting Horn at all times. Because you are able to get essentially Mind's Eye from the Hunting Horn, you're able to get attack buff, defense up, you can get stamina recovery, you can get health boost. If you are progressing through the game and you can get access to all of those buffs with a different weapon, it's going to be a fantastic option. I should actually... Maybe it's too early to talk about it, to make a video where I talk about the more fun or better combos. But I'm totally going to be running with the Hunting Horn for sure. I'm totally going to be using that. Because, like, if you could... Let's say that you have wilds right now. The game releases, it's on your lap. Which two weapons would you bring with you? Why switch from the Hunting Horn when you can just unlock the monster and dance on its head? That's true. Another creator was talking about the Hunting Horn too. We all have the same brain. Honestly, Sir Newt, I kind of agree with you. I like the Hunting Horn in Rise, but I much prefer the older one. I feel like the Hunting Horn in Iceborne was just perfect. And the Rise Hunting Horn felt like a different weapon. It didn't feel like a Hunting Horn. Longsword and bow, sword and shield, heavy bowgun, greatsword, insect glaive, sword and shield and bow, gonna be a knight. Greatsword and dual blades, ooh, I like that combo. There's many awesome combos that we're going to be able to do, right? And I think that for my early progression of wilds, I'm going to be taking one of the ranged weapons up until I can get the Hunting Horn with good melodies, and then I'll take the Hunting Horn as my secondary weapon. I did want to do here something. Ah, yes. So this should loop in between the two of them, I think. Now, let's see. I also want to go over the website as well, because there's some info that I may not have spoken about. And I just want to make sure that I have covered everything. I really hope I'm wrong, but the color palette of the logo and everything we have seen so far has been related to the desert area. Kind of worries me that that's going to be the entire or most of the game. That is... I'm personally not very concerned. I honestly cannot see this being the entire map or being that... or being like most of it. I think that we're going to be getting like 3 or 4 different maps like this. Maybe 3. I think maybe 4 maps like this might be too big. But I can totally see us having 3 different locales. Because on the website they do mention more than one single locale. They specifically mention locales, as in each locale will have these different environmental changes. So I'm excited to see how they go about it with different locations. Like maybe we have an ice area that then has a portion of the map that whenever everything goes crazy, it starts to become on fire, for example. It could be really cool. I hope they make some really drastic changes in the environment. Three huge maps, 1 arena, 2 bespoke small boss monster maps. I think that is honestly perfect. I think that is the perfect number for this type of game with this much scale. If you could pick a monster from the old games to come back, which ones would you pick? For me, it's Velocidrome and the other dromes. I think I would go for some of the monsters that haven't had a lot of representation, like Gogmazios or Yamatsukami. I think those two immediately come to mind as being very iconic monsters that, you know, honestly they have really bad fights in my opinion, and their designs are awesome. And I think that they deserve to get a revamp, kind of like Fatalis got in World. Like, can you imagine a Gogmazios fight with the same scale of the fights that Fatalis has in World? That would be insane. That is what I'm hoping to see the most with returning monsters, to be honest. I'm sure Seadus will make it to Wilds. Hey man, I am pretty confident that Legaicrus will make it. I am actually pretty confident. I mean, world was great, but bigger sections to widen up would be nice. I did enjoy the little camp though. The little cramp. I see what you mean. Thank you for dropping by, Book. Take care, dude. In early concept art for... That is right, actually. There was that concept art for the Elder's Recess where there was Yamatsukami and... what's his name? Akentor. Yeah. It's a shame they never made it into the game. But I can totally see how making Yamatsukami into an HD model with a much more intricate moveset could be very complicated. I can totally see that. Yeah, Tover, not Tover, Cosmos. I do believe that there's going to be new gameplay tomorrow. I'm 99% sure of it. I think we're going to see a small presentation of how the game is going to work with some gameplay. And maybe some developer interviews. But yeah. This week, for sure, we're getting something, right? Like that, this week is not ending with us, without us getting gameplay. Now, I do think that tomorrow we're getting it, because the NDA for the creators that did get to watch it ends tomorrow as well. Okay. Now, I also want to talk about Wilds in general. How do you guys feel about Wilds? Because I saw that there were some people that were divided. Like, for example, Gaijin Hunter was pretty divided on how he's feeling about the game so far. From what everything he has seen, he's not been resonating with it. And I saw many other players with the same feeling. So how do you guys feel about the game? Because it does feel like a very different Monster Hunter game. I feel like we can all agree on that. That it's a very different Monster Hunter game compared to the previous ones. I'm happy about Wilds, but so little gameplay in the trailers. I had a lot of fun with Rise, and that's what counts. Hyped for Wilds. Super excited, just hope it doesn't feel as fast-paced as Rise and Sunbreak. Honestly, same. Compared to World and Rise trailers, we saw snippets of gameplay with different weapons. In Wilds, I just see LPG on a mount and shooting. That is a good point. That is a very good point, actually. It's too early to tell. We haven't gotten a proper and filtered gameplay showcase. Yeah, that is honestly what I've been waiting for the most. Because it does feel like a good portion of the community is divided. It does feel like it. But then again, we haven't seen maybe enough to give it a fair impression, you know? But I think it's also on Capcom that they haven't given us the gameplay that at this point I feel like we should have already seen. You know what I mean? Yeah, I think that the next trailer where they actually show gameplay is going to solidify everyone's feelings on the game. But it's just kind of weird that we haven't seen much gameplay. Oh yeah, we definitely need a new weapon, right? 11 years for a new weapon is way too much. Hey Dark, would you rather fight monsters from Frontier, Online, or Explore? I honestly don't know much about the monsters from Online or Explore. I know about some of them, like Moludo Mundo, I think is his name. I know a lot about the monsters from Frontier because I did play it a little bit, and I did a lot of research on the game, actually. So I would totally be fine with playing against some Frontier monsters, as long as they don't go with the crazy, super over-the-top one-shots, transitional attacks. Like, I don't know, some attacks just fill up the screen with particle effects, and that's way too crazy for me. Yeah, that one has the Kormagala skeleton, exactly. That's the one with a really cool armor set. That's how I know of him, because I saw the armor set and I was like, who is that guy? I need him. Now I'm gonna be real with you, chat. I have been working on a secret mission during this stream. So the only reason why I haven't moved on to the tier list that I want to make for the monsters is because I'm finishing a not a tier list. I'm finishing a thumbnail for a video. This is what not having an editor does to a motherfucker. This is what having no bitches does to me. But I'm almost done. It's the analysis for the second trailer that we got for Wilds. I never ended up posting my analysis because, for one, I didn't like the way it was recorded, so I had to record it again. And secondly, I've had some family issues that have kept me somewhat busy with some things, and I haven't gotten around to doing it. So it's going to be a bit late, a bit later than I wish it was. But yeah, I'm finishing that thumbnail now, and then we get into the tier list. If you want to find out more about Online, Frontiers, and Explore, check out CR Volcanic. He makes amazing videos on those games. I think I watched a beginner's guide from him. Maybe I'm misremembering the channel name, but I think I did. I think that person also had a tutorial on how to install the game. This Frontier is crazy. I love that game. While Yamatsukami would be nice in Wilds, how would that would given what we have seen in the trailers? I don't know, man. I just really want to see some crazy stuff. Like, I don't know, imagine you have a new version of the tower that is made in Wilds and Yamatsukami just uses the tentacles and destroys half of the tower. And you have some segments where you are fighting against him and the tower is crumbling while you are fighting him. I don't know, it could lead to some really cool encounters, I feel like. Because I feel like the technology is now ready for a proper Yamatsukami fight, whereas it wasn't ready back on the PSP. Because, you know, Yamatsukami has this amazing opening cutscene and has this really cool design, very creepy, everything about it is very eerie. I really like this monster being this very, I don't know, like an alien type of thing, like an extraterrestrial being. But then the fight itself is just, he just spins. That's all it does. He just spins. He pulls you in and he spins. That's not a fun fight. Mossy octopus balloon with human teeth? Exactly. What about chasing him in an airship and after winning him you get to fight him on foot? I like that idea. I like it a lot. We need more ideas like that. Just more epic fights with, I don't know, just more dynamic stuff. We need things to take advantage of the technology. We of course also need to have fights where it's more the traditional stuff. But I want to see some really cool action set pieces. And that seems to be the angle that they are taking with Wilds as well. They seem to be taking the approach of having really cool combat scenarios. You know, the cutscene that we saw with the Balatra. Or Balahara, I should say. The cutscene that we saw with it was very dynamic, going into combat. Falling into the sandpit, all of that. And so having more moments like that with some really awesome Elder Dragons, I think would make the game feel much cooler. Okay, I am almost done here with the thumbnail. Give me a little bit more. And that is almost it. We're not getting a new trailer, Wazix. It's more likely than not just a gameplay preview of the game. And it's not confirmed, but it is like 99% chance of that happening tomorrow. And if it doesn't happen tomorrow, at the very least it's happening this week. But tomorrow is the dates that I predict it's happening, and I would put money on that. I hope in the future we could get a modern graphic version of all of the games going up to generations. Ooh. Do you think we're going to be getting a Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate Remaster or something of the sort in the future? Like sometime in the future. Do you guys think that that can be a thing? Let me swap the music playlist, because this has been playing for a while actually. Look, I love the Selyana theme, but we don't need to hear it non-stop. Why tomorrow? Because a lot of creators had an NDA that they signed after they watched gameplay for Wilds, and the NDA drops tomorrow. So that is why. Like, here again, Miss 5000 Watts said that she was able to watch a presentation about Wilds. And I had a clip here. Actually, we didn't watch the entire clip, hold on. Let me watch it from the beginning. Lower this.
I can say I did see Monster Hunter Wilds. I can't tell you anything about it. The only thing I can tell you is that we'll be back to talk about it on Tuesday. Because
tomorrow,
if you think about this, it makes sense. It didn't make any sense to me at the start, but they were like, "Yo, if we let the people get impressions and videos that get there early, right? Then they get like a heads up over anybody else that has appointments the second day and third day." So they waited. They're like, "All right, so any of the information we're giving out is waiting until the Tuesday." I can say
there you go. They're dropping info on Tuesday. That is as much of a confirmation as we can get. I love this game. And Poke Village theme. Look at Rurikon 4 years ago. We can only hope, but they're never going to, other than Monster Hunter Stories Remastered and the Japanese exclusive Wii port of Monster Hunter G. I feel like they would have done it already. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about it. Information about what? Just gameplay information related to Wilds. We're likely going to get some information on how its systems are going to work out and everything. And some proper gameplay. So it would present it on Capcom channel or on a fest? I have no idea, to be honest. I think they're just going to drop a video. Because they haven't announced anything, I think that they're just going to drop it on Twitter, YouTube, all at the same time. Kinda like they did that developer interview recently. I think that's how they're gonna do it. And again, I am not one of the content creators that has access to this NDA, was not able to see anything, and I don't have any contact with creators that have had access to this, at least that I know of. Although I have signed NDAs in the past with Capcom, and this was the usual way that we did things, where the moment the NDA dropped was the moment that Capcom also released some information. That's usually how it goes. So, you know, even I myself have some experience with that. So excited for this release, can get here soon enough, dude, I know. It's crazy. But look, we do have a lot of good games coming out until then. Like we got the Elden Ring DLC just in a few days. I know a lot of you are excited. I know that I am. I'm going to be molding while playing the game, but I'm going to be loving it. And there's also a lot more games coming out this year as well, like Black Myth Wukong at the end of August. I really want to play that game and cover it on the channel as well. There's some really good stuff to keep us busy until then. I'm playing Monster Hunter games only with my eyes using eye tracker device because I can't move at all. What do you think about that? I think that's cool. The fact that you're able to play like that is really cool. I cannot picture how you're able to do it, but it sounds really cool, honestly. Is there new gameplay tomorrow? Yeah, we just gone over that in a not too long ago in the stream, but 99% certainty that there's going to be new gameplay tomorrow. I would not confirm anything because it's not confirmed, but all the evidence points that tomorrow we're getting gameplay. Yeah, that's very impressive for sure, QB. I mean, again, I cannot picture how you're doing anything like that, but I commend you for it. Man, these tracks are so good. And let me just add one more thing to this thumbnail. This is from one of the player houses in the world, right? I'm not mistaken. Such a good track. Send me the link through Twitter if that is okay, because I think that if you share it on YouTube, just the bot is going to strike you automatically. But that sounds crazy, honestly. Also super excited for the story. I'm a sucker for a good story. Monster Hunter always leaves me yearning for more. That is true. Other than for Ultimate, we've never really had very, well, good stories. I think there's no way to sugarcoat that. Like, Sunbreak has a few cool moments, but I still wouldn't say that it's a good story. Rolled and Rise tried respectable efforts. Yeah. Sadly, it never felt like they were... I don't know, it never felt amazing. But they certainly tried, yes. They certainly did try. Let me try doing this. All right. In that case, QB, just tag me and let me know on Twitter then, on a post. That's annoying that Twitter has you doing that nowadays. Honestly, the best story you can have for a Monster Hunter game is just slice of life stuff, documentary styles, seeing the world, cultures, food, just a day in village life. Yeah, I feel like the more grounded stuff is usually what makes it a better story, for sure. When they start to going way too crazy, I feel like it kinda muddies the water and, I don't know, just not as good. Maybe you guys don't agree with that take. People love this series because it has a similar feel to Pokemon. People just want to experience the world because they put thought into it. Yeah, everything feeling much more grounded really makes... I don't know, it adds another dimension to the game that keeps you wanting to come back to it. I feel like this track is from Try. If I do this, do I screw up the stream overlay? I don't think so. Okay. Pop-out chat, there you go. Water combat needs a massive overhaul to be good. I've spoken about that not too long ago, but I don't think we're going to be getting underwater combat again. I really cannot see that being a thing at this point. I just can't see it, to be honest. I think that they would have to put way too many resources than they would like to go into that. And there's a chance that some players just would not even try the game because it has underwater combat. So I just don't think there's the real chance of it coming back. Unless the developers just say fuck it and they just go ahead and do it. Which it can totally happen. Can you check if I did it correctly? Let me check. Yes, sir. Yes, I have it here. Let's see. Actually going to put it here on the main screen. Hold on, let me remove the music. So this is you, QB? Not you in the video here, but is the video about you? Just to make sure that I got it right. Wait, why did the music not stop? Okay. What device will you be playing on? I'm going to be playing on PC, but there might be some exclusive content for PlayStation, in which case I would play on the PlayStation. So let's see. The video is about me, yes, turn on the English subtitles. I'm very interested in hearing about this, and thank you for sharing. I'm very curious about this. So, the title of the video is This Man Plays Only With His Eyes. Let me just make sure closed captions are on. Let's see that. Hold on, I'll try to dub over everyone. Today's material is very unusual. We are in Słupsk, and in a moment we will be visiting probably the most unusual and unique player in Poland. Due to the disease that he has been struggling with for a year, he is unable to play with a mouse or keyboard. Sorry, that was the seagulls. So you cannot use a keyboard, a mouse, a gamepad, any classical or physical controller. Damn. I'm sorry to hear that, honestly. And yet he's still an active player, so how is this possible? That's what I was curious about when you first brought that up. That's what we'll try to find out and explain to you. And again, thank you for sharing this with me. Kamil goes by the nickname on the internet as QB.
To bardzo rzadka choroba genetyczna prowadząca do postępującego i nieodwracalnego zaniku mięśni. Aktualnie Kamil nie jest w stanie się ruszać.
Sorry, I forgot to dub over it. The disease that can lead to progressive and irreversible disappearance of muscles. Currently, Camille is
Tego
unable
nieodwracalnego zaniku mięśni. Aktualnie Kamil nie jest w stanie się ruszać,
to move,
samodzielnie
breathe on his
oddychać,
own,
jeść,
eat, nor
ani
speak,
mówić,
and yet
a
he
mimo to nie
uses
tylko korzysta z komputera, ale
a computer,
także
but
gra.
also
I to
plays really
naprawdę
demanding and
wymagające
dynamic
dynamiczne
productions
produkcje
such
pokroju
as
Monster Huntera,
Monster
Tekkena,
Hunter, Tekken, League of Legends,
czy
or Lord of the
Władcy
Rings in the
Pierścieni.
Lego version.
Wszystko
You play League? Ah, dude, who do you play?
dzięki specjalnemu urządzeniu, które pozwala
Are you
na
a
obsługę
Shaco main,
systemu za
perhaps, like
pomocą
myself?
tylko i wyłącznie oczu. Cały
Using
zestaw
only your
składa się z,
eyes,
co jasne,
your eyes.
komputera zamontowanego na statywie eye trackera i projektora, który wyświetla obraz na suficie bezpośrednio nad łóżkiem Kamila.
Oh wow, so with the eye tracker you're just able to project your inputs onto the computer? It's really awesome that you still get to enjoy the games.
Swoją drogą zwróćcie uwagę na profesjonalną podstawkę, na której stoi projektor. Na pewno zastanawiacie się...
Is that a PlayStation 2? That is a PlayStation 2. Oh shit.
Podstawkę, na której stoi projektor. Na pewno zastanawiacie się...
You're probably wondering, just like I was wondering, how is it possible to replace my eyes with a precise gaming controller equipped with 8 buttons?
Przy oczami da się grać we wszystko. Jakie
Yeah,
są
that is
problemy i
what I was
ograniczenia?
wondering.
Czy sterując w ten sposób można rywalizować z innymi? Spoiler, można. Ja zebrałem...
Yes, you
Tekkena
can. I was pulverized in Tekken. Hey, you beat that guy up. Let's go. Wait. Oh, you're playing as Thresh. God damn.
Za chwilę sobie szczegółowo pogadamy, ale
You're hitting the
najpierw
skill
chciałbym,
shots like a
żebyście
pro
Kamila
too.
przynajmniej trochę poznali. Jak już wspominałem, niestety nie jest w stanie mówić, ale bardzo sprawnie pisze, dlatego zadałem mu kilka
Oh,
pytań
that's
w formie
adorable.
tekstowej. Jego odpowiedzi przeczyta dla was Czuk. Jak postępowała
Vegeta.
choroba i w jaki sposób wpływała na gry? W którym momencie zacząłeś
At
mieć
what point you
problemy
started
z
having
klasycznym
problems with
sterowaniem?
using classical
Chory byłem od
controllers?
zawsze i powoli mięśnie słabły. W wieku
I've been sick from the very beginning,
Problemy z
and
klasycznym sterowaniem.
Chory byłem od zawsze i powoli mięśnie
my muscles
słabły.
over time
W wieku
weakened.
10 lat
At the age of
przestałem
10, I
chodzić,
stopped
wtedy
walking
też
and
mnie
started
wciągnęły.
gaming.
Najpierw Pegasus,
First on a
potem
Pegasus, then on a
PlayStation
friend's
kolegi,
PlayStation
potem
1, then I had
miałem
a
PlayStation 2 i
PlayStation
na
2.
PlayStation 3 z
However, with the
konsolami
PlayStation 3, I
skończyłem, bo
finished
ręce
gaming on
były za
consoles
słabe,
because my
zacząłem
hands
po
were
roku
too weak.
2013. Ogólnie zawsze
Because after
trudniej mi się
2013, it
grało
was
od
always
zawodów
harder to compete with
Co
healthy
lubiłeś
people.
grać najbardziej? Jakie były twoje ulubione tytuły i gatunki?
Chyba grałem we wszystko. Ulubione
Hey, that's
gry
Final
w
Fantasy
Polsce nadal
X.
są japońskie. Final Fantasy
Final
również.
Fantasy, there we go.
Najbardziej lubię
One of
serial
our
Metal Gear
favorites.
Solid, Devil May Cry,
Ooh,
GTA,
Devil May Cry.
było
Let's go.
niejapońskie, wyścigi różne, Gran Turismo, Need for Speed, no i oczywiście najważniejsza seria, czyli Monster
The
Hunter,
most
którą
important
gram od
series,
2000.
Monster Hunter. You've been playing it since the beginning, 2004. That's amazing. Dude. I wish I was there from the beginning. I think I had a demo disc for the old Monster Hunter on the PS2. I just never got around to playing it as a kid, and I think I lost it over time. Because I only started with Freedom 1.
2004. Jak wyszła
Damn,
czwarta część, to nie
you're as
miałem
OG
tego
as it
grać, bo
gets.
wyszła na 3DS, ale niedawno nadrobiłem na emulatorze parę części.
Jak i kiedy dowiedziałeś się o
When did you
istnieniu
find out about the
rozwiązania, z którego
existence
aktualnie
of this
korzystasz?
solution?
Jakiś czas później mówiłem mamie, że niedługo nie będę mógł nic robić i akurat koleżanka znalazła tego eye trackera i zaraz kupiliśmy.
Kto zajął się montażem niezbędnego sprzętu, czyli projektora, statywu i tak dalej?
Na YouTube obejrzałem wszystko o tym eye
Watched
trackerze
everything
i
about
wiedziałem,
this eye
co
tracker on
potrzeba,
YouTube,
więc
and I knew
było
everything
łatwe.
about it,
Mama
so it was
kupiła
relatively
odpowiedni
easy to
kable i
set up.
stojak i wszystko zamontowała.
Mom
Przyszedł
bought the
taki
cables and
czas,
set up
że
everything.
Kamil mówi do mnie, że mamunia, ja już po
Your
prostu
mom's the
nie wiem, nic
MVP.
nie będę mógł robić, bo ręce już miał coraz
Much
słabsze.
respect, honestly.
No i jakoś rozmawiał, nie wiem jak to tam było z koleżanką Mileną i Milena podpowiedziała mu, że jest jakiś taki sprzęt, że oczami można obsługiwać komputer i chyba grać, no wtedy jeszcze nie wiedzieliśmy jak to będzie. No i ustaliliśmy, że w Poznaniu jest firma Harpo, która zajmuje się takimi produktami dla osób niepełnosprawnych, chorych. No i skontaktowaliśmy się z nimi. Okazało się, że można na 2 tygodnie wypożyczyć, żeby sprawdzić, czy to będzie działało tak, jak nam było potrzebne, bo potrzebowaliśmy, żeby Kamil leżąc mógł jakoś obsługiwać ten komputer i żeby na
Oh, so
suficie-
that's how it works, okay. Oh, okay, you combine the projector with the eye tracker and that is how you are able to see it. I see. You put the screen on the ceiling.
Ekran, wszystko. No i udało się to wszystko. To znaczy jeszcze była taka przeprawa z urządzeniem.
Another problem with the device. What hang it on for Camille's eyes to see this device?
No, zamówiłam przez internet, znalazłam taki stojak do laptopa. Zamówiliśmy ten stojak. No okazało się, że no będzie pasował ten stojak, ale jeden było za mało, bo po prostu za mało było tych
One stand
rurek.
was not enough.
No i zamówiliśmy drugi, później go tam troszeczkę jeszcze dorobiliśmy, że tak powiem, i zdał egzamin i już nam 10 lat służy to wszystko. Niełatwo było, bo ja jestem no tak raczej nie bardzo technicznie ogarnięta, że tak powiem, ale daliśmy radę wspólnie.
Jakie masz hobby poza grami? Czym jeszcze się interesujesz i co lubisz robić?
Marvel i ogólnie filmy i seriale, no i oczywiście Lego. Zestawy składa
Oh, that
mama
collection
i
is
jest
so
moimi
cool.
rękoma. Na kamerze dokładnie widzę, jak mama składa i mówię co i jak. Złożyliśmy tak już ponad 50 zestawów.
Jednym z Kamila ulubionych rzeczy, jedną, którą lubił od dzieciństwa, były klocki Lego. Wtedy, kiedy jeszcze mógł układać, to sam układał te klocki. No i właściwie tak od lat klocki poszły na bok, później Kamil zaczął grać. No i teraz jak wróciliśmy do klocków, bo wróciliśmy, nie wiem, z 2 lata temu chyba do klocków z powrotem do układania, to te klocki ja układam pod bacznym okiem Kamila.
I saw all these vlogs in her Camille's watchful eye.
Mój ruch, właściwie
Gotta make sure she
każdy
doesn't mess
klocek,
up.
który układam, Kamil widzi i bywa tak często, że się pomylę i włożę nie tam, gdzie trzeba.
I'll make a
czy
mistake
nie
and
ten
put it in the
klocek
wrong
trzeba,
place.
To Kamil mnie po prostu
He just controls me and
kontroluje i
says,
mówi, mamu, źle włożyłaś.
Mommy, it's not
Właściwie
right
z
block.
Kamilem tak codziennie, jeżeli mamy już coś do układania, to poświęcamy około godziny czasu. Bo Kamil ma swoje inne zajęcia.
That is so cool, dude.
Czasu siedzimy, układamy i następny dzień wracamy do dalszej budowy. Tak to jest. Bo ja bym czasami dłużej nawet siedziała, układała, ale Kamil ma swoje inne zajęcia, które po prostu on musi zrobić i u niego jest wszystko jak w zegarku. I u nas w tym domu to tak jest. Jak w zegarku.
Od jakiegoś czasu Kamil prezentuje swoje zestawy na YouTubie, więc jeżeli chcielibyście dokładniej obejrzeć jego kolekcję...
oh, you put your
to
sets
link
on
do
YouTube
kanału
too. Okay,
znajdziecie w
that's cool.
opisie. No dobrze, ale wróćmy do eye trackera. Niektórzy gracze używają podobnych urządzeń w formie dodatku. Na przykład w Euro Truck Simulator do swobodnego rozglądania się po kabinie. Swego czasu był to nawet dość
Oh, I can
popularny
see how the eye
gadżet,
tracker
ale
can be
właśnie
useful in a game
gadżet.
like this.
Zabawka, która dodawała kilka nowych funkcji, ale nie zastępowała kontrolera w 100%. Dla Kamila to jest jedyny sposób na komunikowanie się z komputerem.
Yeah, it's the only way
i
that
za
you
jego
use it.
pomocą robić absolutnie wszystko. Korzysta z modelu Tobii PCI Plus, który zadebiutował na rynku dobre kilka lat temu. Świadomie nie wymienia go jednak na najnowszy model, ponieważ oprogramowanie PCI Plus najlepiej nadaje się do grania. Jak to działa w praktyce? Po prawej stronie ekranu znajduje się panel z kilkoma podstawowymi akcjami.
League of
jak lewy
Legends.
przycisk myszy, prawy przycisk myszy, podwójne kliknięcie czy wywołanie klawiatury ekranowej. Jeżeli Kamil chce użyć lewego przycisku myszy, na przykład żeby zamknąć jakiś folder, musi popatrzeć przez chwilę na odpowiedni symbol, a następnie na punkt, w którym chce zastosować wybraną akcję. Uprzedzając ewentualne pytania, mruganie nie działa.
Blinking
i
doesn't
nie ma
work and it
żadnego
doesn't
znaczenia.
matter at
Też
all.
Początkowo myślałem, że może lewe oko odpowiada lewemu
Thought that the
przyciskowi
left eye
myszy, a
corresponds to the
prawemu,
left mouse
ale
and
nie,
the right
jest
to the
to
right
jak najbardziej
mouse.
zrozumiałe, bo takie rozwiązanie powodowałoby całą masę przypadkowych kliknięć.
Yeah, it
Przygotowując
avoids
ten
you doing a
materiał,
lot
bardzo
of
dużo
accidental
rozmawialiśmy na
clicks.
Discordzie i w życiu bym się nie domyślił, że Kamil wprowadza tekst w jakiś nietypowy, bardziej czasochłonny sposób. Z testu, który zrobił, wynika, że pisze średnio 14 słów na minutę, podczas
Write
gdy
about
przeciętny
14 words
człowiek
per
mniej
minute.
więcej 30. A więc jest troszkę wolniej, ale w zupełności wystarczająco do normalnej, płynnej komunikacji. No to teraz przechodzimy do tego, co najciekawsze, czyli do gier. Tutaj sprawa jest bardziej skomplikowana, ponieważ ten sprzęt nie
games.
został zaprojektowany z myślą o graniu. Absolutnie każdy tytuł wymaga od Kamila odpowiedniej konfiguracji. I to indywidualnej, to znaczy
Always you
każdą
set up
grę
every
trzeba
game
przygotować
individually,
oddzielnie,
differently.
bo każda ma swoją
That
specyfikę.
makes sense.
Najwięcej czasu zajmuje modyfikowanie domyślnego sterowania, do czego trzeba wykorzystać zewnętrzny program Universal Control Remapper. No i z tym jest najwięcej zabawy. Początek przygody z każdym nowym tytułem to mozolne testy i dostosowywanie sterowania pod daną grę. Kamil musi zdecydować, których funkcji potrzebuje najbardziej i jak je rozmieścić, żeby mieć łatwy dostęp do tych najczęściej używanych. Między innymi z tego powodu nie gra w 100 tytułów jednocześnie i nie testuje wszystkich nowości. Bo to, co my możemy zrobić czyli pobrać, zainstalować, odpalić na pół godzinki i jeżeli się nie spodoba...
Run the game for an hour, if you like it, you delete it.
...długim i skomplikowanym procesem.
The
Gry
classic.
muszą być też obowiązkowo uruchamiane w oknie, ponieważ potrzebny jest stały dostęp do panelu po prawej stronie.
We're watching someone that is here in chat, Kiwi, that has had this report on them that has a physical condition that, well, they can only use their eyes to play video games, basically. And it's very interesting how
I klawiatury ekranowej. Jeżeli
he's
jakaś
able
gra
to play
domyślnie
Monster
nie
Hunter
wspiera
and
takiej
Tekken
opcji,
and
to trzeba ją
League of
wyłączyć,
Legends,
na
only
przykład
using
korzystając z programu
his eyes with an eye
Instrument.
tracker.
Najmniej problematyczne są stosunkowo proste produkcje wykorzystujące wyłącznie myszkę. Na przykład klasyczne przygodówki point and click, takie jak Jack Orlando, albo różnego rodzaju strategie. Podczas naszej wizyty Kamil pokazał nam, jak to wygląda w przypadku Cywilizacji oraz Heroesów. Problem zaczyna się w grach szybszych, a do tego z bardziej rozbudowanym sterowaniem. Weźmy na przykład tegorocznego Tekkena. Bardzo przydatny jest przygotowany przez deweloperów nieco uproszczony tryb sterowania, ale i tak, żeby skutecznie walczyć, trzeba wciskać kombinację przycisków. Siłą rzeczy nie da się patrzeć na dwa klawisze jednocześnie, dlatego w ramach przygotowań do zabawy Kamil musiał stworzyć własny...
Oh, you set up your macros for your combos. I see. That makes sense.
Solidny łomot, wygrywając tylko jedną rundę.
That makes so much sense. And he's a pole gamer too. What a chan.
Nieco bardziej doświadczony Czuk i on po wyrównanej walce ostatecznie wygrał 3-2.
Easy.
Ja powiem tak, absolutnie żadnym specjalistą do spraw Tekkena nie jestem, natomiast miałem okazję
Look at this guy. You got him to make excuses for losing. That's amazing.
grać we wszystkie
You hurt his ego. Amazing.
części, no i też
I'm
recenzowałem
just kidding,
seryjkę,
of
więc
course.
powiedzmy, że jestem w temacie zupełnie na świeżo. To, co mnie chyba najbardziej urzekło w tym całym naszym mini sparingu, to chyba całkowity brak jakiejkolwiek historii. To znaczy, tam się po prostu nie wydarzyło nic nadzwyczajnego. Dwójka kumpli grała sobie w Tekkena, wiedziała, co ma robić, w jaki sposób ma robić. Wyglądało to całkiem spoko, na przykład z perspektywy innej osoby, która by to oglądała, gameplay, który widać być może nawet teraz na ekranie, więc naprawdę tam się nie zadziało nic specjalnego i ja w życiu bym nie powiedział na przykład, że gram z osobą, która jest w jakikolwiek sposób ograniczona ruchowo, a zwłaszcza, że gra oczami. No to jest oczywiście niesamowite, ale też po prostu bardzo fajne, bo żeśmy z Kamilem bardzo dobrze się bawili, to na pewno. Rozmawialiśmy też o tym, że na pewno jeszcze nie jeden taki sparring...
We also talked about another sparring session we'll do together again in the future.
I chyba to jest w tym wszystkim najważniejsze.
Kolejną
Yeah,
grą,
amazing.
jak to się dzisiaj profesjonalnie mówi,
And
kompetytywną,
League of
w którą Kamil
Legends.
spędza sporo czasu, jest League of Legends. Tutaj duży problem sprawia fakt, że w LoLu domyślnie korzysta się zarówno z myszki, jak i z klawiatury. Szybkie przełączanie
bet some
się między
characters are
jednym
really hard
kontrolem a
to
drugim
play.
nie wchodzi w grę, bo reagować trzeba błyskawicznie. Dlatego Kamil musiał przerobić sterowanie w taki sposób, żeby wszystkie potrzebne akcje można było wykonywać na klawiaturze ekranowej. Przez to nie za bardzo da się precyzyjnie celować i wskazywać konkretnych przeciwników. QB korzysta więc przede wszystkim z ataków obszarowych albo takich, w których wystarczy wskazać ogólny, przybliżony kierunek. A więc jak najbardziej może grać i rywalizować z innymi, ale taktykę musi dostosować do ograniczeń wynikających ze sterowania. Podobnie wygląda to w jednej z ulubionych...
And then we
gier
have
klasy
Monster Hunter.
World. Produkcji jeszcze bardziej rozbudowanej
Even
niż
more
League of
extensive
Legends,
than
bo
League
mało
of
tu do czynienia
Legends,
z
because we are
RPG
dealing here with an
osadzonym w
action
perspektywie.
RPG set in an
Warto
open
sobie
world.
uświadomić,
Not
że
quite.
grając, szczególnie w akcyjniaki, przeważnie wykonujemy kilka akcji jednocześnie. To znaczy biegniemy do przodu, ale w tym
Running
samym
forward,
czasie
but at the
wykręcamy
same time
kamerę,
rotate the
skręcając,
camera,
do tego
change
zrobimy broń,
weapons.
przeładowujemy albo wrzucamy
Oh, you are
broń.
Giga Chad, you
Kamil
play
może patrzeć
Gunlance
tylko w
too.
jedno miejsce, więc dużo trudniej mu o taki multitasking. I dlatego znowu taktykę musiał dostosować do ograniczeń związanych ze sterowaniem. Nie za bardzo
He's
jest
a
w stanie
giga
wykonywać
chat, dude.
precyzyjne, szybkie uniki, dlatego stawia na tarcze i rozwój umiejętności defensywnych, które pozwalają na przyjęcie większej ilości obrażeń. Natomiast poruszanie się po mapie na szczęście jest w Monster Hunterze zautomatyzowane. Wystarczy wskazać punkt docelowy, a wierzchowiec... sam
Oh, right, you
znajduje
got the-
drogę. Jak widzicie, wiele
the radar
problemów
right to be able to go to
ograniczeń
different
da się jakoś
to
obejść,
different
ale
places.
nie wszystkie. Zapytałem Kamila o gatunki oraz konkretne tytuły, z których musiał zrezygnować i trochę ich niestety jest. Ze względu na niższą precyzję i wolniejszy czas reakcji nie da
Oh,
się
I
grać
can see how
między innymi w
FPSs
shootery.
can
Po
be
pierwsze,
problematic.
większość z nich nie pozwala na przepisanie całego sterowania do klawiatury, co jest niezbędne. A po drugie, strzelanki są po prostu zbyt szybkie, żeby celować, strzelać i poruszać się za pomocą oczu. Drugim bardzo problematycznym gatunkiem są gry wyścigowe. Tutaj również liczą się milisekundy, a sterowanie oczami niestety na taką precyzję nie pozwala. Tak naprawdę jedynymi wyścigami, w które Kamil może w miarę komfortowo grać, jest Forza Horizon, która posiada tryb Autodrive. Nie udało się też zmusić do współpracy GTA 5 i LEGO Star Wars Skywalker Saga, ponieważ w tych grach również nie da się obsługiwać kamery za pomocą klawiatury. Dla porównania, we Władcy Pierścieni nie ma tego problemu, ale
Lord
za
of
to
the Rings
pojawił
does
się
not have
inny.
this problem, but
Mianowicie
instead another
sekwencje
one
platformowe
appeared.
wymagające wykonywania precyzyjnych skoków połączonych z błyskawiczną zmianą
Oh, the
kierunku.
platforming
Żeby
can
sobie
be
z tym poradzić,
difficult.
Kamil musiał sztucznie spowolnić czas używając cheat engine i dopiero wtedy był w stanie reagować wystarczająco szybko.
Oh shit, he gamed the system.
Ze względu na konieczność daleko idącej personalizacji sterowania, grania w oknie, używania zewnętrznych programów, aktualnie QB
Currently,
gra
QB only
wyłącznie na
plays
komputerze.
on a
Czasami
computer.
korzysta z emulatorów, jest też w stanie
Oh,
obsługiwać
that's
za
what's
smartfona,
Dokkan
ale
Battle
nowe
for
konsole
Dragon Ball. I
takie jak
played
PlayStation
that.
4 czy PlayStation 5 znajdują się poza zasięgiem. Co prawda zarówno Sony, jak i Microsoft oferują specjalne kontrolery przeznaczone dla osób niepełnosprawnych, ale wszystkie wymagają
Yeah, all of them
fizycznego
require
naciskania
pressing
przycisków.
buttons.
Jakiś czas temu Kamil znalazł jednak potencjalny sposób na korzystanie z PlayStation i poprosił mnie, żebym przy okazji przywiózł swoją PS5, co chętnie zrobiłem. Oczywiście podłączenie eye trackera bezpośrednio do konsoli nie wchodziło w grę. Rozwiązanie znalezione przez QB'ego wymagało skorzystania z usługi Remote Play, czyli rozgrywki zdalnej. Było z tym trochę zabawy, ponieważ z najnowszą wersją aplikacji Sony ten sposób nie działa. No i oczywiście trzeba było ustawić całe sterowanie. Tym razem nie tylko z wykorzystaniem Universal Control Remapper, bo najpierw kluczowe było przypisanie przycisków z DualSense'a do klawiatury. Po krótkim boju udało się i Kamil bez większych problemów...
Oh
nadał
shit,
sobie
nice.
najnowszego
Final Fantasy
Final
VII.
Fantasy.
That is so sick.
To, co teraz powiem, to
you
oczywiście
can still enjoy
banał,
these
ale
games
spotkanie z Kamilem naprawdę
and have so much fun with
przestawiło
them.
mi w głowie kilka elementów. Bo zrozumiałem, że problemy, na które często narzekam,
I'm very
tak
glad that you have
naprawdę nie
shared
są
this
żadnymi
video.
problemami. To są albo
That is about
drobiazgi,
you.
albo przeciwności
Very, very
losów,
glad.
z którymi spokojnie mogę sobie poradzić. Bo mam do tego narzędzia, tak naprawdę wszystko zależy ode mnie.
It's so cool.
Kamil, biorąc pod uwagę ogromne ograniczenia, z którymi musi się zmagać każdego dnia, korzysta z życia na maksa. Gra w dokładnie te same gry co my, montuje filmy, prowadzi swój kanał na YouTubie, kolekcjonuje zestawy Lego i to jest niesamowicie inspirujące. Jeżeli chcielibyście dowiedzieć
Look
się
at all
nieco
of
więcej
that.
na
This
temat
is-
codziennego życia
As he put it in the video, it's very inspiring. Just thank you, honestly.
Biego, jego przeszłości i tego, jak sobie radzi na co dzień, to odsyłam was do prawie godzinnego wywiadu na kanale Rysława.
No i Kamil kiedyś mi zrobił niespodziankę ogromną. Dostałam, telefon, dzwoni do mnie telefon z kwiaciarni. Kwiaciarnia taka, co przywożą kwiaty. Co myślę, kto mi mógł kwiaty przysłać?
Who could have sent me those flowers?
No nie znalazłam nikogo.
I asked everyone, didn't
Przyjechałam
find
do
an answer, and the
kwiaty,
flowers were
piękny
delivered to
taki
me.
bukiet, a to było od Kamila,
Such a beautiful
ten
bouquet, and it
bukiet
was from
z takimi
Kamil.
życzeniami, dziękował mi,
With
że
wishes,
jestem
and he thanked me that I am
że
with
jestem
him,
najlepszą
that I am the
mamą.
best
No tak mnie to czuło, jak nie wiem. I to
Mom.
wszystko przez oczami załatwił.
And he did it all with the
I do
eyes.
całości
That is
oczywiście.
amazing.
No i oczywiście w imieniu Kamila raz jeszcze zapraszam was na jego kanał. Znajdziecie tam zarówno prezentację zestawów Lego, jak i gameplaye nagrane z wykorzystaniem
Your channel with your
Na pewno
gameplay
będzie
recordings
miło, jeżeli
and-
wpadniecie, zostawicie
Dude, I need to
suba
see your
i napiszecie
Fatalis with the eye tracker. I'm gonna see that
Z mojej
right
strony to by
after.
było chyba na tyle. Bardzo dziękuję Kamilowi oraz jego mamie za zaproszenie i do zobaczenia.
Guys, much love to Camille, and I hope I'm pronouncing your name right, to Camille and his mother. This was such an awesome video. I'm going to be sharing it in chat, both YouTube and Twitch. Just really awesome. And I'm gonna go ahead to Camille's channel, and we're gonna take a look at that Fatalis with the eye tracker. Very interested in that. But again, thank you so much for sharing this with us. He didn't leave a link to your channel here, but since you were in chat, it's gonna be easy to find you. There you go, I'm already on your channel. Hold on, let me see. Ah, there it is. Monster Hunter World Eye Tracker Fatalis. I'm happy that I showed you the video here, dude. Thank you so much. Hey man, you're a giga, chat. Thank you. Now, Monster Hunter World Eye Tracker Fatalis. Now this is even cooler for me because I just beat Fatalis for the first time like 3-4 days ago. So I'm even gonna enjoy this even more. What a gamer, dude. So let's see. Again, this... Hold on, let's let the cutscene play out first. Let me just make sure that it's on the highest quality possible. Yes, sir. We got that on lock. That's badass, exactly. Now again, I want to remind you guys that he is playing with the eye tracker only. It's Fatalis with my friend. Yeah, I can see. Well, hey, that's totally fine. He's still a very challenging monster. I know I had a lot of trouble with him.
Breaking its head should be effective in weakening its powerful breath attack.
And you don't even have 4 people on. The multiplier for his HP is set to 4 people, so you are already at a disadvantage. And again, this is all done with the eye tracker. No controllers whatsoever. The Giga Chat with the gun lens. Blocking everything. Look at that. Going for that poke shell poke. How many Rurikan guides did you watch? Again with the poke shell poke non-stop. Block that in the face and keep on blowing him up. Alright, and you also have to block the longsword hits from your friends. Oh, big damage window. Ah, sadly they get a flinch there. Easy, just blocks everything. Look at that. What a G. Ah, he falls down on you. Yeah, I don't like that attack that he does. He's much better than me at using the gun lance, that's for sure. I always end up going for the Wyvern Fire and I end up regretting it. I want to skip a little bit ahead to the second phase. Let me see here, if that's okay. Oh, that's a card. Hold on, I didn't see that well enough. Ah, just barely got hit. Wasn't close enough to the chest to avoid it. And I noticed your fashion. I noticed the fashion hunting. I see what you were into. Let's see. This is what I wanted to see. Close the gate. We all get a little greedy, exactly. Oh, and now we get into the second phase.
Something's happening to it.
Look at that, goes straight for Fatalis, doesn't care about anything. What a giga chat. Oh, we get the paralysis proc as well. Awesome. Oh, look at all of that damage. Doesn't miss an opportunity. Oh, and dodges the blast as well.
Another gigantic flame. Head for Fatalis' position.
Oh, is he gonna block that? Oh shit, I thought he was gonna block that for a second. Oh, is he gonna dodge that? He blocks it. Oh, blocks the entire fall down. The only thing you're getting hit by is your friends. Oh shit, and he just blocks it like a giga chat. Look at that, blocking the breath attack like that. Incredible. Look at that, just tanks it everything. Yeah, that is a good suggestion. If there is some way, QB, that you could set up so that we would be able to see your eye tracking in the video, it would be cool, but maybe it might be difficult to set it up. I have no idea, of course. Oh, look at that. But I wish I was this good with the gun lens. I suck with this weapon. And again, dude. Just tanks it like a pro. Poke shall poke, let's go. Hitting the chest. Get that part break. I need to try gunless now. Now I want to do this fight with the gunless, and it looks amazing as well. The Fatalis gunless, I mean. Oh shit, that's the pin attack. Oh, wait, it's not. He was mounting. Okay, never mind. It looked like the pin attack. He was clutch clawed onto it. What the hell was that? Hold on, I need to go back. Was that just the Gatling gun? Hold on, just a little bit back. Is that the Gatling gun? Oh, it's gotta be, okay. Make Rurikan proud, exactly. I like that there was someone on the Gatling gun during that. Dude, you make this fight look easy. Oh shit, the perfect Dragonator. And now we get the proof of a hero. Ooh, they get the complete part break on the head. Oh no, the longsword flinches. Oh no. Not the longsword experience. He's almost dead. Oh, now the teammate is pinned as well. Okay, so that was the pin attack before. Never mind. He's almost dead. Just tanks it like a pro. There we go. Dude, that is so cool. Incredible. That's awesome. I have videos how I'm beating solo all Arch-Tempered Dragons before Iceborne. Dude, that is amazing. Again, you're the Giga Chan. The fact that you're able to do all of this with just an eye tracker is amazing. So yeah, guys, I'm going to be sharing QB's channel here. Please give him some love. Really awesome stuff. Again, QB, thank you for sharing this. The documentary, and you hunting Fatalis with only your eye tracker was really cool. Thank you. Genuinely awesome. And I'm really happy about this. I'm happy that you still get to enjoy these phenomenal games and you still get to have fun with them. It makes me hopeful, you know? Makes me very hopeful. Okay. This was really good. Thank you. Rurikon must see this. He needs to see this, yes. He absolutely needs to. That was really, really cool. Hey, look at him. That was really, really cool. I'll pass it along to him. If you give me your permission, I'll pass it along to him so that he can see it as well. That was really cool. Honestly, just really, really cool stuff. I didn't mean to have this unmuted. Bring back the music. Oh, Kutku is your favorite monster? Nice. I love him, especially after the 14 collaboration. Where they just straight up gave him the crystal and make him insane. I'm just finishing setting up a thing here. Give me a second. Oh, the trailer's not playing now? Oh, it is. Now guys, I also want to, as I said before, go back to the tier list. Because I did say I wanted to try to finish that monster tier list that I had started on the day that we got the new trailer for Monster Hunter Wilds. And what else did I have on the timeline to do here on stream? And we may maybe I'll do a Fatalis as well after. You can show it to everyone, thank you. I'll be doing that. It was lovely to hang, but I'm gonna hit the hay, fellas. Have a good one. See you, Ark. Thank you for dropping by, dude. Always appreciate you. With Gunlance? Maybe not yet. Maybe when I get the Fatalis Gunlance. How about that? Because I do want to farm all of the weapons. I did mention that before. I want to get all the weapons and the armor sets. But I also need to, you know, actually farm it with a weapon that I'm comfortable with already. So that would be like the dual blades, for example. Okay, now this is set up. Shake off the rust with the gunlance first? I don't know. Wait, what happened to my screen? Hold on. Why was this black? All black. Okay. Well, we already talked about this for the Monster Hunter news. I don't think we have any more news to talk about here. Not really. We already went over this, and this, and this, and this, and this. So we already went over plenty of things. Also Max's reaction to seeing Monster Hunter Wilds gameplay. So yeah, now it's time for the tier list. I have it here somewhere. Let me get it real quick. And there it is. I'm actually going to stop the music. Thank you for the great evening. Now I'm going to sleep. Good night, everyone. Take care, QB. Thank you once again for showing this. It was really cool. You really need to get Max Evade Winnow on your Dual Blades build. I promise you'll be able to farm Fatalis so much easier. I'll do it next time. Thank you for the advice. I'll do it next time. But yeah, now I had recorded some parts of this. Now there was one that I was going to change. So I initially had put Tobi Kadachi on tutorial difficulty, so before I'm getting ahead of myself. Here I'm going to be ranking every single monster from Monster Hunter World from the easiest difficulty to the hardest difficulty. Just a bit of fun. I did this with Rise as well. And I never got to do this with Monster Hunter World because I never beat Fatalis up until now. So now that I have beaten him, I wanted to do this video. Because I feel like it's a really fun discussion that we can all have. So, initially I had put Tobi Kadachi in the tutorial difficulty. But I don't think that it quite stands on the same difficulty as Jurotoda's, and I'm obviously going to be putting more monsters into the tutorial difficulty, and I just don't think that Tobi Kadachi is going to be nearly on the same level as those, nearly on the same level as all of them, So I will actually change him from the tutorial difficulty onto the easy difficulty. I started my son on World and Rise when he was 5, he's actually really good already. He launches his Steam and the game and gets on quests himself. He's pumped for a while, he's 7 next month. That is crazy, that's awesome. He's gonna be carrying everyone. That is really, really cool, how you got your kid into Monster Hunter at such a young age. Honestly, when it's gonna be my time, when I get my own little boy, I'm gonna be doing the same, to be honest. I'm gonna be doing the same. Get him addicted to Monster Hunter really early on, and that'll be fun. Now, continuing with the list. Who should I add next? Let's go into Kuliaku. Now, Kuliaku is one of those monsters that you fight very early on in the game. He doesn't really have anything spectacularly difficult in its moveset that you have to deal with, other than maybe the rock that he can use to deal a big damage to you, and it can lead to, and if you get hit enough, it's going to lead to a stun, which can then lead to a card eventually. Now, it does have the event version for the Final Fantasy XIV quests, where he becomes huge and has the crystal, and that can actually end up carting you by surprise because you don't expect the damage that this guy can deal. So a Crystal Kulu goes into extreme difficulty. But if we are being real, I think that I'm going to place Kuluyaku fairly into the tutorial difficulty. I would say that the hardest thing about him is if you are using a slow weapon, because he has such a small hitbox, hitting him can be sometimes difficult. And early on into your playthrough, you're not going to have a weapon with good sharpness, and so you're going to be bouncing off hitting the rock that he's going to be holding on to. But yeah, ultimately, I think that Kuluyaku is going to end up in the tutorial difficulty. I'm not really counting the event quests, I'm mentioning them, but I don't think it's going to add up to the difficulty. Especially because in the case of Kuluyaku, you can only do the Final Fantasy XIV version of him once, I'm pretty sure. I don't think you can repeat it. Unless maybe you join someone. But I don't think that normally you are able to repeat the quest. That's true, with Master Rank he gets the explosive rocks, but I think that by then you have already dealt with so many difficult monsters at that point that I just don't see how you wouldn't be able to deal with them. And at that point in the game, you already have a weapon that is not going to bounce off of hitting the rock. So again, you're just going to be prepared to deal with them. I feel like Engineath deserves a slight bump on the list. I can see that. He was definitely the big wall for a lot of people at the start, for sure. Again, I am totally up to changing up the difficulty on some monsters as we go along, as we try to make sense of everything. Now, who is up next? Well, how about we follow up Kuluyaku with the other monster that was a part of the Final Fantasy XIV collaboration, Behemoth. Now, Behemoth is a really cool monster in my opinion. It's one of my favorite fights in the entire game because you have this MMO mechanic where you are... MMO mechanics where you need to stay behind the comets, you need to have someone get the aggro to spawn the tornadoes, and make sure that those tornadoes spawn on the outer edges of the arena so that they don't interrupt anyone's actions. And everyone needs to coordinate. It's a really cool experience. especially since you can have someone be the dedicated healer, someone can be the dedicated tank, and then you have two dedicated DPSs. Now, the base behemoth is not really very difficult. There is some coordination, and the quest is balanced around you doing it in multiplayer. So if you are going in by yourself, you're going to have a difficult time unless you have the unless you are equipped with master rank gear, that is. Still, I do think that it takes some skill and coordination to actually pull off the fight successfully. You do need to watch out for those combats, you need to make sure that you don't break them. And again, there's a lot of mechanics that players aren't used to. So that is already pretty difficult. I think it would already warrant placing Behemoth into the hard difficulty. Now, Extreme Behemoth would of course make it onto the extreme difficulty. As this quest not only reduced the amount of feints that you could have, as this quest not only reduced the amount of cards that you could have, but he also dealt a lot more damage, and the number of combats that he would spawn would be much more limited, which means that if you mess up, everyone is going to wipe out. So he becomes a lot more unforgiving, and in some players' eyes it becomes very annoying to deal with. It's a quest that took me a very long time to finally beat, probably over 8 hours with a dedicated group, but still in my opinion it's a lot of fun, but it's certainly one of the hardest quests in the entire game. If you go in with high rank gear and not go in with master rank gear, that is. And that is true, the meteors also inflict defense down now, which is something that you need to deal with. Now, overall, I find it kind of difficult to rank Behemoth because there is such a big contrast between the extreme difficulty and the base difficulty. And the fact that there is no master rank version of this quest means that a lot of players nowadays can simply go in with their Iceborne gear and they're going to be able to destroy him. So for now at least, I'm going to be placing Behemoth in the hard difficulty. And again, keep in mind that these are not necessarily ranked in order in each tier. I may change this later on the list, but for now I'm not really ranking them on each tier. Now, who should I do next? I don't think Behemoth is returning. Oh, absolutely, it's not. I don't see that happening for a second. As much as I like the fight, I just don't see that happening. Yeah, they did say that they regretted that Behemoth was the last new monster that they added to the base game. I think they wanted to finish off with just a brand new Monster Hunter monster, but that's not what they did. Although to be fair, Ancient Legend came out after Behemoth, but then again it was a collaboration monster. Actually, let me put these two side by side so I remember that there's two of them. Hello, did not know you stream. Yeah, I have only been recently streaming. I used to stream more often, but I have been getting back into it, and I do plan on streaming a lot more often. I'm streaming both on Twitch and YouTube. Oh, let me just see something here real quick, make sure everything is working as intended. Yes, it is. Okay. Cheesing his root walls, yeah. I did bow, but I had a player on my team often doing that quest with the gunlance for the same reason. But let's not get into Ancient Legend right now. I want to do someone else. Now, next up on the list, we have Puke Puke. Now, Puke Puke is one of those introductory monsters that you fight very early on. He has a very simple moveset, and he takes a lot of damage because he has very good hit zones that you can do. Because he has very good hit zones for you to take advantage of. He can poison you, which can make things a little bit tricky. But at the same time, you can cut off the tail, you can hit him pretty much any part on the body, and you're going to be dealing a lot of damage. And in my opinion, he's one of the most enjoyable tutorial level monsters. But as the title implies, I'm going to be placing Puke Puke in the tutorial difficulty. No. I want to mix it up a little. What about Radovan? Next up, we have Radovan. A monster that is very simple in nature. He's all about just rolling up and down, basically just trying to knock you down with tremors. He's really just an easier version of Uragan, which is already pretty easy to deal with. He doesn't deal a lot of damage. And you can actually break his parts very quickly, so he doesn't even have the resistance or the endurance that Uragan has. That is true, there is the side spin attack that you can do. That is true, there is the side spin attack that Uragan can... Why am I mixing these two together? That is true, there is the side spin attack that Radovan can perform. But ultimately, I just don't find him to be a threat. Is one of the easiest monsters to deal with. Maybe he's not quite on the same level as the tutorial monsters. But I do believe that he takes up a spot in the easy tier. Yeah, Uragan is a bit more difficult, I agree. I will get to that. Uragan is probably going to be up. But yeah, I do see now how I need to move up Engineath, actually. Yeah, I can see it. So initially I had put Engineath on the easy difficulty. But whenever I take a look at the list of all of the monsters that I will be ranking, Engineath simply doesn't compare to all of these monsters that are present on the easy list and below. So he's actually getting promoted into the medium difficulty tier. Especially since he was the first wall for a lot of players. Yeah, Radovan is a fun monster, he is cool. But he's not threatening, he's not hard to deal with. On the contrary, it feels like one of the easiest monsters to deal with because you can break his spikes so easily. And because you do so, you're going to keep on knocking him down and flinching him, which means that you have more room to deal damage, to break even more parts, and KO him even more. I've had times where I've been able to essentially just permanently stagger Radovan for like 3 entire minutes. And I can't do that for most monsters in this game. Well, I don't hate on Engineath. I like him. I think he's a really cool design. I was just underestimating his position here on the tier list. I actually do like him a lot. Yeah, Anjanath is like a mini flagship for World, I feel like. Whenever I think of Monster Hunter World, Anjanath is always one of the first monsters that I think of, for sure. Okay, we gotta move along with the tier list because there's still quite a few monsters for us to go through. Okay. Let me just get some water. Stay hydrated, guys, remember that. And up next we have the classic Rathalos. Now Rathalos can be a bit of a pain, especially if you are a newcomer, you don't come equipped with an antidote or a medicinal herb. And especially if you don't bring flash pods, you're not going to be taking him out of the sky, and if you have a melee weapon, that can get very tricky. He doesn't actually do a lot of damage, but it's the fact that sometimes you're not going to be able to hit him for a long time, which can lead to you getting frustrated, and eventually you get hit by a series of combos that leaves you stunned and poisoned and burning all at the same time. And that is what can eventually lead to your death. That being said, he's very easy to counter, just bring a flash pod with you. And you can also bring a couple of traps that you can use whenever. And you can also bring a couple of traps with you that you can use right after the flash pod effect is over. But let's be real, you can do that with pretty much every monster in the game apart from the Elder Dragons. So because Rathalos is going to be one of those monsters that is going to force a lot of newcomers into trying to adapt to how the monster behaves, and how to plan their items accordingly, I do believe that Rathalos warrants being in the medium difficulty tier. He doesn't quite get into the hard difficulty in my opinion, but he certainly deserves being in medium. Rathalos' intro is so epic though, that is true. The cutscene is very good. Where you find the first Wyverian, if I'm not mistaken, in World. I still fear him because of freedom. I totally get you. Okay, continuing with the list. Let's do the first monster. Next up we have Great Jagras. He is of course going into He is of course going into the tutorial difficulty tier, as he is the very first large monster that you get to hunt in the game. Now of course there is the Greatest Jagras event quest where he actually is able to kill you very easily. He actually deals a lot of damage in that event quest. But best of all, he can drop decorations for you to pick up. Now given that that is a very specific event quest, I'm not going to take that into account here. Actually I just noticed I should swap my VTuber icon into the other side. How do I do this now? Can I flip? Not like this. If I do it like this. Aha! There you go. Think that's better. And let me make you a little bit bigger. Just a little bit bigger. Okay. And so, Great Jagras is going into the tutorial list. And so, Great Jagras is going into the tutorial tier naturally. In which category Dark Hero belongs? Probably in tutorial, honestly. I'm not very good at this game. You guys saw me against Fatalis. I was not very good. Took me a whole bunch of tries to do it. Bro flipped out. Basically. I don't know what happened with my words there. There you go, that is what I was looking for. The control room. YouTube's being a bitch today, I don't know why. Yes, I did end up doing Fatalis, that is why I'm doing this tier list. Yes, sir. Now. What monster should I do next? How about Baroth? Now up next we have Baroth, and he is a very simple, straightforward monster that is just going to charge at you. There is the mud aspect of the battle where you need to be careful not to get hit with it because you're going to be afflicted with water blight. And you are going to be slowed down, which can lead to Baroth hitting a big powerful charge against you, and that can potentially lead to a card. Ultimately, he is still very easy to dodge, and so long as you don't keep on hitting its face, you're going to do well against him. So Baroth, without a shadow of a doubt, stays in the easy tier. Baroth between the two bottom tiers, yeah, it certainly has to be between these, but I don't think... I think Baroth is going to be harder than these. Like, I never... How do I put this? I feel like Baroth you can screw up because you're not paying attention and you die. And that doesn't happen with these other monsters. Like, you need to screw up a lot for you to actually die to one of these. With Baroth you can screw up once, maybe twice, and you die. Okay, continuing. We still have a lot to go through. Up next we have one of the coolest monsters that was added in Monster Hunter World, and that is Odogaron. Or is it Odogaron? He's a really agile monster that is capable of inflicting you with bleed. And the way that he moves around the map, being able to jump onto walls and hitting you with the tail really quickly can be very tricky for characters that are using, for hunters that are using very slow weapons. Still, I don't think that he is particularly difficult to deal with. And I'm not quite sure if I would put him even in the medium difficulty tier. So for now, I think that I'm going to put him at the very top of the easy difficulty, as he doesn't quite reach the medium in my opinion. You think he is harder than Engineeth? I think my point is that, yes, maybe Odogaron is more difficult than Engineeth, but you do Odogaron much later than Engineeth. So you should be prepared to take on Odogaron by the time you reach him. At least that's how I see it. Right? Because Engineeth, you fight him very, very early on. That is why he's a wall for so many players, because they're not used to the game yet. And maybe they haven't crafted good gear yet. By the time you reach Odogaron, you probably have a couple of good armor pieces. And again, you probably have played more of the game, you know how to better dodge attacks. I don't know. That is true, Odogaron can be more unforgiving, especially given how fast he is. Like, I think we all agree that he is kind of, like, in this in-between, where it's difficult to say exactly how I would put him. And depending on the weapon that you are using, it's definitely going to be very different. Like, if you are a Charge Blade or a Greatsword main, going into Odogaron for the first time can be very difficult, I can see that. Yeah. I think chat is bringing up some good points, and I think I'm going to ultimately be moving up Odogaron to the bottom of medium tier, because he is certainly more difficult than all these other monsters. Yeah, I think that this is fair. Now. How do I continue? Where to next? Well, let's go to another monster from the Coral Highlands. How about Paolumu? Next monster we have Paolumu. Now, Paolumu has a very easy to deal with and understandable moveset. It does move around quite a bit, and if you are not careful, getting hit with the tail slap can actually deal a lot of damage. But honestly, he's not that threatening, there's plenty of ways for you to deal with him, and he's also very easy for you to break parts, which is going to allow you to get a KO and deal a ton of damage. You're going to need to deal with a ranged attack here and there, so that can be a bit annoying. But honestly, I cannot in good conscience place Paolumu any higher than easy. Some of his moves can hit hard for when you are in the game, but he is easy, yeah. Yeah, I think that's how I feel about him. Yeah, Paolumu is very easy to stun lock, but I think that at the same time, a beginner player would not know to stun lock them. Like, they wouldn't do enough damage because they would be messing up their combos probably, you know? So I think that maybe their argument isn't as relevant. And I mean, we can continue the trend with the cute monsters. And following Palumu, we have yet another cute monster, Dodogama. Now, Dodogama, he really doesn't do much. He eats up rocks, he shoots up those rocks, and when he has rocks in his... And when he is eating rocks, you deal even more damage to him. He's just a very easy monster to deal with, that you end up fighting very late... That you end up fighting for the first time pretty late into your playthrough. And as a result, he's going to feel like a cakewalk. So, I think that if you fought Dodogama much earlier on, I would put him in the easy difficulty, but because you find him in the Elder's Recess, I'm actually going to place Dodogama into the tutorial difficulty. Bro really kills Dodo? Hey man, sometimes you do what you gotta do. It is what it is. It is what it is. He's kind of funny because Dodo can absolutely slap you if you underestimate him. I'll be honest, I have no recollection of the amount of damage that Dodogama can deal. Like, I've been hit a couple of times with his attack where he charges at you. That does some damage and it applies blast on you, but his projectile is just super slow, so I don't think... I probably got hit once or twice, but I don't remember that. By the way, guys, totally unrelated to the tier list, but the next time that I stream, I should have a new VTuber icon, a new VTuber avatar. So that is going to be fun. I carted way too many times to relax runs when he drops the nuke. Really? Really? But yeah, I think that these rankings so far are pretty fair. We don't have anything in Extreme yet. I was very close to putting on Behemoth there, but I don't think he quite makes it. But yeah, let's continue. I'm trying to do all of the base game monsters first before I go into the Iceborne expansion. So I gotta make sure that I don't miss out on any of them. Although I think that this is pretty well ordered. For the base game, that is. Please keep it 2D. Oh, it will be 2D. It's a very simple 2D avatar. But I like it a lot. It's very cute. And goofy as well. Have we already covered an Elder Dragon? Okay. So let's do Great Gyros. And after that we have Great Gyros or Great Gyros. He's a very straightforward monster. He doesn't really move very fast. He can bite you and he can throw and he can spit a paralyzing blast, so that can be very annoying to deal with, especially if you find yourself in the middle of a pack with other gyros. You can essentially just be stun locked for a very long time, and that can lead to your death. And also because you find Great Gyros in the Rotten Vale, you may not be used to the mechanic that you need to use the torch pod to be able to get rid of the effluvia. That can lead to your HP running down very quickly, and so you can actually end up carting to Great Gyros. Now, I don't think that quite warrants placing him in the medium difficulty, but for now I think that I'm going to place him at the highest of the easy difficulty. Yeah, this video will be posted later on YouTube, the entire list, yes. Oh, you think he belongs to the tutorial? Interesting. To be honest, I have seen many of my friends have trouble with him precisely because they didn't know how to deal with the effluvia, and they also got paralyzed non-stop because, you know, they were swarmed by gyros. Bottom of easy, top of tutorial? Interesting. Well, let me think about this a bit more. Would I say that he is more powerful than these? Actually, if I were to rank them, I think I would go like this, maybe. Yeah, I think that you're right. I think I'll put him like this. Yeah, ultimately, I do believe that Great Gyros really isn't that difficult, but he does have a few mechanics that can make him tricky for new players. And the paralysis can actually lead to a card very easily if you don't deal with it. So he doesn't quite reach the tutorial level, but he's also just the bottom of the easy tier. Yeah. I think that's fair. Yeah, that is true. He doesn't move a lot. Yeah. Now, up next we have a monster that I'm sure everyone loves. We have Lavazioth. And this one, I just don't know how to rank because his fight doesn't really have a lot going on. It's kind of like the Jurototus, but you need to get him out of the lava, and that can get very annoying. He doesn't do a lot of damage with the fireballs that he does while he is below the lava. And he does have a projectile while he is outside, but it is so slow that you are able to easily dodge it. So if I had a tier for annoying monsters, he would be at the top. But in terms of difficulty, I find it very hard to rank him. I hate Lava Fishman. Yeah, exactly. I find it really hard to rank him. Send him back to Frontier. We can trade him for a better monster. I actually should make a video on some of the worst monsters in the series. Someone actually came in and said that earlier as well, Will-O-Wisp. And I think that that's an interesting theory for sure for Wilds. No. I think I'm going to be ranking Lavazioth at a pretty high easy tier difficulty just because of how annoying he can be to deal with. And those frustrating moments can lead to some mistakes which can make things a bit trickier, but he's never really going to be difficult. Yeah, he's very tanky, there is the hardening. That is all true, he's very tanky, has the hardening mechanic, and has and he goes back into hiding, which can be very annoying, and he has the nuke attack that he does whenever he goes up. All of that is true. Now, up next, we're going to rank Legiana. Now, she is fairly easy to deal with flying wyvern. She doesn't really do a lot of things. She places down ice on the floor, which is going to inflict you with ice blight, of course. But other than that, she doesn't really do much. She's going to be annoying because she's going to fly up in the air a whole lot, and she's going to keep on screaming and screaming and screaming, so that is of course going to be annoying. But that doesn't necessarily translate to difficulty, and so I think that I'm going to place Legiana as the top of the easy difficulty. What do you guys think of this? If it's Shrieking Legiana, it's a bit different, but just Space Legiana, I think it's just, yeah. Yeah, top of easy is fine, I feel like, as well. Okay, still got a few more to go through. Let's do an Elder Dragon now. Now, up next we have Teostra. And Teostra can actually be a wall for some players. I know that there's a lot of people that get very upset about his Nova mechanic, because if they don't flash it or they don't Superman dive, they're going to be one-shot more likely than not. That being said, I always find that Teostra is one of the easiest Elder Dragons to deal with. Because he doesn't really move around a whole lot, his attacks don't cover a huge area, they're very easy to dodge. And even the blast powders that he puts down on the floor, there's going to be many gaps in between where you're able to evade the blast and you're going to be fine. And the truth is that Teostra just has a big ass head. And the truth is that Teostra simply has a big ass head for you to hit it with, and he's going to take a lot of damage, you're going to break it, you're going to deal even more damage. He's absolutely one of the easiest Elder Dragons in the entire game. So I think that I'm actually going to put Teostra just for the one-shot mechanic with the Nova at the top of medium tier, but it doesn't quite reach the hard difficulty. Although it is true that his aura can make him difficult into Master Rank. Like, I cannot put Teostra in bottom of medium because I honestly don't see myself ever ranking any of these above Teostra, you know? And yeah, Teostra is absolutely a nightmare for newbies, but if you are used to the game, Teostra is never going to move. He's one of the easiest monsters to abuse in the game, I feel like. Now, moving on. Why don't we go over to Lunastra? And Lunastra is honestly one of the hardest Elder Dragons for you to get started with. I think it takes a lot of time for you to get used to her playstyle. Not only is she very annoying with her Nova, but she deals a lot of damage. You need to use your consumable items well. And her aura is also very, very annoying. She's kind of like Teostro on steroids, basically, and that can already be very powerful. I'm not quite sure if I would place Lunastra into Extreme, but she is definitely one of the hardest monsters in the game. It's true that you can use the skill Heat Guard against her, but in Master Rank they make it so that Heat Guard is not going to work on her, so you still end up with the same problem. Arch-Tempered Lunastra was harder for me than Fatalis? Damn. I honestly don't remember much about Arch-Tempered Lunastra, it was so long ago. Okay. I think we all agree that this is a good placement for her. Kirin can slap you if you're not careful, Lunastra will slap you even if you are careful. I think that is the perfect description. And actually, let me order these a bit around. I feel like it would be better like this, in my opinion. These are fine. Yeah, I do think that Legaicrus is coming back into the game. We actually haven't talked about today about the returning monsters. But let's finish the tier list first. I forgot about that. I think this is fine. Yeah. I mean, how do I rank these even? These are all super easy. I don't know. How do you even rank these? Okay, now. Up next we have Titiyaku, and this monster really doesn't do a lot other than blinding you every now and again, which is going to be annoying. It's going to lead to a stun, and if there is another monster on the area, that can lead to you getting carted because, hey, you are stunned, you're getting hit. That being said, it's very easy for you to deal with Titiyaku. Not only is it easy to avoid the flashbang that it does, if there's ever any other monster in the area, you can quite simply just use a dunk pot on them and that'll be done. So again, Titiyaku kind of goes into this category of very easy to deal with that are also very annoying. So I think that I'm going to place him in the tutorial section of the... So I think that I'm going to place him in the tutorial tier. Yeah, I think we all agree. He just belongs in tutorial. Yeah, he should definitely have something else besides just flashing you. It feels kind of underwhelming that that's all he does. Feels weird. You would think that they would make him do more things, you know? Hey yo, Bees, I saw that you subscribed on Twitch just now. I don't know why I didn't get the alert. Thank you, Habibi. Why did the alert not play? That's a shame. You cannot die to Tsitsi? Yeah, that is fair. Okay, now. Ooh, I still haven't ranked Rathian. Let's do that now. Next up we have Rathian, and she's a very easy monster to deal with. She's kind of your introduction to the bigger monsters of the game, where she's going to use fireballs and she's going to rush at you. And that's pretty much all she ever does, apart from her tailspin attack that is going to poison you. But all of these attacks are extremely well telegraphed, and you are only ever going to get hit by them if you are a newcomer to the series. Now, it can be annoying running into the same issue with Rathalos, where she's going to stun you, poison you, and apply Fire Blight all at the same time. But because she is so predictable, I don't feel like she is hard enough to go any higher than the bottom of medium tier. Yeah, I think that I place Rathian above Legiana just because of the poison. Just because of the poison. Because Rathian is one of the most predictable monsters in the entire game. Like, she has a very simple, straightforward moveset that is always predictable. Again, she is going to surprise you if you are a new player, but if you're not, you know how to deal with her. And it's true, you do find Rathian very early on. You can actually fight a Rathian as soon as you enter the Wild Spiral Waste. And I think that that can be difficult for some players. So that's another thing, another reason why I think she stays in the medium tier. Her chicken run will destroy you. I love Rathian's moveset, where she charges at you, and then charges at you, and then charges at you. Amazing stuff. No. Now let's move on to one of the most boring monsters in the entire game. And that is none other than Zora Magdaros. How do I even rank this thing in terms of difficulty? Because 99% of the fight is just going to be you using cannonballs against him. And while you are playing through the story, you're going to be mining those big rocks, but that is pretty much it you're doing. There's not really any mechanic going on with this. It kind of feels like a tutorial quest for a siege quest? It's by far one of the most sleeper fights in the entire series. But hey, at the very least you are rewarded with one of the coolest armor sets in the entire game, but I am definitely putting Zora Magdaros in the tutorial tier. Seriously, the only difficulty in this fight is making sure that you don't get hit by the annoying birds. That's it. Actually, let me make my guy a little bit bigger. Just a little bit. There you go. I think that's fine. Like that. Much better. Okay. So... Let's move on to a different Elder Dragon now. Up next we have Kushalador. Again, a pretty annoying monster to deal with, as Kushalador is going to be spamming tornadoes and that can make your life a living hell. If you don't have wind pressure negated or you don't know how to deal with Kushala's wind pressure, you are going to find yourself in a pickle because you won't even be able to approach him. Now that isn't to say that fighting a Kushala is actually difficult. It's once again one of those things where he is actually just annoying. Still, Kushalador can actually output a very decent amount of damage, and he has a charged range projectile that can actually deal a lot of damage if he actually manages to hit you with it. But because that is such a slow attack, you can actually avoid it very easily, so it's not really going to affect you a lot of times. Now because of how annoying he can be, and at the point that you fight him in, you may not have good enough decorations or armor pieces to deal with him, I think it warrants placing Kushalador at the end of the hard difficulty, because you're going to need to take advantage of your flash pods as much as possible, try to make him flinch as much as you can and stun lock him, so that you don't end up spending the entire time of the quest just avoiding the tornadoes and trying to bait him out of their range. Yeah, I've always found mastering Kushala easier, but I think it's just because I deal more damage, so I'm able to stun lock him a lot easier. Whereas in high rank, I just didn't have such a powerful build, and I wasn't able to stun lock as easily. At least that was my experience. It's stupid that it still has no attacks. That is true. Yeah, if you are ranged, Kushala is going to be easy, but it's still annoying to deal with the tornadoes a bit. Now, what do I go after? For me in Master Rank, it's because his tornadoes are smaller, but they come together to make a single big one for 1 second, rather than medium area denial spots on the map. That is true. Yeah, I love his weapon design, I love the way that he looks, I love his armor set as well. It's just that he is annoying. And also, I don't know why, but in World they made it so that if you poison Kushala, you don't remove his aura. I'm pretty sure they did that. And you would be able to remove the aura by just poisoning him in the previous games. So you could take a poison throwing knife, and that would make things easier for you. Now you can't do that. Or you can't bring a poison weapon to make things easier. You need to bring an Elder Seal weapon. And by the time you fight him in the story, you probably don't have a good Elder Seal weapon. Okay. Now after that we have Uragan, and he's basically just a more powerful and annoying version of Radovan, where he's a lot harder to deal with. It's a lot tougher to break his parts, you're actually going to be bouncing off a lot of his parts if you don't have enough sharpness or mind's eye. And he's going to cause a lot more tremors, he can put you to sleep. No, he doesn't put you to sleep, right? He only uses fire. Chat, am I crazy? Am I forgetting something? I think Guragan uses fire but doesn't put you to sleep. I think that's only Radovan. He uses fire or sleep? It does, okay. For some reason I was thinking that Radovan was the only one that could put him to sleep. Yeah, okay. I thought so, okay. Thank you. Sometimes my memory gets all jumbled up for no reason. Okay. And he can get very annoying with all of those tremors, and then on top of that putting you to sleep or bursting you with a fire AoE. On top of those big balls, on top of those big explosive balls that he likes to leave behind, he can be really annoying to deal with. I wouldn't necessarily say that he is more difficult than maybe Rathalos or Diablos, but he is certainly one annoying guy, and so I'm placing him in the middle of the medium difficulty. Yeah, for Radovan they just took away the fire. Yeah. I think that this is fair. Yeah, I placed him above Anjaneth. Exactly. Now, next up on the list, we're going to be having Azure Rathalos. Now, Azure Rathalos is just a more powerful version of Rathalos that is going to deal more damage, be more aggressive, all that kind of stuff. And he can actually be very tough in some situations especially if he builds up resistance to your blind pods. Flash pods. Especially if he builds up enough resistance to your flash pods. So I'm actually going to be placing him above Diablos, but still below Teostra. You guys think he deserves to be on the hard tier? For me, it stays above Diablos because I think that Diablos is a very predictable monster. But I'm also the guy that always practices each build against Nergigante and Diablos, so I have come to expect their moveset. This watching a YouTube video getting made? Yeah, pretty much. I do like the instant feedback of getting your guys' responses to my tiers, because sometimes I do get some things wrong straight up. And I like to have this discussion with you all. I think it's more interesting this way. I don't think Azure Rathalos quite makes it into hard. I don't think so, personally. Now, if it were silver, yes, absolutely. But it's not the case. I mean, silver might even be like the bottom of extreme. Maybe I'm spoiling. I need to think a bit more about silver, actually, when we get there. Okay. Azure is harder than silver to me? Really? Really no. Okay, moving on. I think I'm gonna place it like that, yeah. Now, up next we have Black Diablos, which is just a female Diablos in Heat. Basically, she's more aggressive than the original Diablos, she's going to deal a lot more damage and her charged attacks are going to be much faster. But that doesn't overall... But overall, that doesn't really change a whole lot of the dynamic in combat. It's just, she's faster and deals more damage, but me personally, I don't think that this makes her go up in tiers. I think that I would still place her below Azure Rathalos, me personally. Furious is hard, but so am I. Yeah, but I don't think that the new moves that Black Diablos gets are all that different. I mean, I guess I should mention the fact that she gets more moves, which is, I don't think the dynamic of the fight changes a whole lot, you know? It's still the same. You gotta watch out for the big charges and then punish. That is right, in Master Rank she does have the supercharge, yeah. It should be noted that Black Diablos does get a few more moves, and in Master Rank she can be a menace with her new move. As more likely than not, if you get hit, she is going to one-shot you. But still, I do find that she is very easy to read, and there's plenty of ways for you to be able to punish all of her attacks. So I don't think that it warrants placing her any higher than she is currently on the list. No. We're almost done with the high rank stuff. Almost. That is true, Feint. You do need to check up on your weapon against Black Diablos. again, there's a lot of bias for me against Diablos because I've hunted so many damn Diablos, both normal and black, so, you know, I've gotten used to the moveset, whereas I find Azure Athlos much more annoying, for example. But let's not dwell too much on this one. Up next, we have B52, Basil Goose. Now this one is a really cool monster. The first time you find him, he's going to wreck you because you enter high rank, you don't have good gear, and he is going to destroy you. Now that being said, in terms of the actual fight, Basil Goose is really not that difficult. Yes, he does a lot of damage, but all of his attacks are very well telegraphed, and so long as you pay attention to the location of his scales, it's going to be fairly easy for you to be able to Superman dive out of the way of the explosion. I could maybe see myself placing Basil in between the two Diablos, but I don't think it warrants placing him any higher. No, this video is just a difficulty ranking for World. I did one of these for all of the Rise monsters, but I never did for World because I had never beaten Fatalis up until this point. You think he's harder than Azurathos? Again, maybe it's one of those things because that I spent so much time playing the game that I don't think too much about the times that I played when I was still a lot less experienced. That I didn't recognize the punishable windows. But now I see a lot of openings whenever I fight against Basil. Like it's very rare that I try to dodge Basil attacks. I very often just attack him, unless it's like the big dive bomb, which, you know, you counter by diving yourself. He really just has a ton of openings for you to take advantage of. Now, it can lead to some unfortunate KOs where maybe you get pushed into one of the scales and that can lead to a death. That certainly happens, right? But is it harder than Black Diablos or Azurathos? I don't think so. Hey Ollie, welcome to the stream. How's it going? Explosions from off screen, that is true. That can lead to your death for sure. The difficulty is certainly changes depending on the weapon you're using, for sure. For sure. I think the tank mantle, don't know the English name, killed me so often on Basil. You mean the Rocksteady mantle? The one where you don't flinch? I can see that. Like, if it were Seething Basil, I can put him on hard because he spawns many more scales. But, I don't know, I don't think base is that difficult. Let's continue with the list. We're taking a long time. Now, up next, we have one of the two different monsters that you can find in the Witcher 3 collaboration, and we're going to start off with the regular Leshen. This one is quite simply, it's pretty much just a tutorial quest where you actually need to pay a little bit of attention to what you are doing, but he's really not that difficult. With the only really with the only really difficult part about this quest being making sure that you keep Poke alive throughout it to get the attack boost decoration. Other than that, the normal Leshen is a very easy fight. And so I'm going to place him in the middle of the easy tier. Yeah, exactly. The only difficulty is keeping the Poke alive. But that's like a side objective. It's not the monster difficulty itself, you know? Like, I wouldn't take that into consideration. And hey, I actually made a video on that back in the day. But continuing, let's go into another Elder Dragon. Next up, we have Valhazak. And this one is a pretty funny Elder Dragon where if you're not aggressive against Valhazak, you're going to be punished because you're often getting hit with the effluvia, and that is going to result in your max health being halved, and of course that is going to lead to more cards. He's not a particularly aggressive or powerful Elder Dragon, he doesn't really do a ton of damage with his moves, but the difficulty comes from the effluvia itself. On top of that, he does have a beam that covers a pretty wide range, which can make things a bit tricky for you. Yeah, Martin, there was a move that would get you stuck with the vines and you would need to use the gesture to get rid of them. And that's true, the ranged beam would often go through the environment, which would sometimes lead to getting a card which felt unfair. Now, if you take the effluvia resistance skill, he becomes a pretty easy fight actually. Probably at the bottom of the medium difficulty. But because there is so much that you need to deal with when you don't have the skill, I think that it warrants being around the hard difficulty. Yeah, I think that Valhazak is very much just kind of a gimmick fight. Like, he is all about the effluvia, basically. Yeah, I think that this is how I would rank these three Elder Dragons, right? Val below Kushala, and Teostra below all of them. And that's true, you can bring null berries and it'll make your job a lot easier, for sure. Water check, everybody. Water check. Make sure that you stay hydrated. Make sure that you stay hydrated. Okay, let's continue. I feel like we have been going at a good pace now. Next up we have Pink Rathian, and she is quite simply just a stronger version of Rathian. She doesn't really do much, a whole lot different. Although she can be somewhat annoying to deal with when you first encounter her. Still, I wouldn't really put her past Rathalos and Diablos. So I think that she's going to stay around the medium difficulty. Yeah, I think that this position is perfect for her. Maybe she would stay below Uragan, but maybe not. Kinda depends on the gear you're using as well, I feel like. Yeah, when you first meet Pink Rathian, she's going to deal damage, right? I do remember that back when World first released, people were making guides on how to beat Pink Rathian, like almost as if she was a Dark Souls boss, because so many people were having difficulty with her. Because, yeah, she just has really shit hit zones. I think that these two are basically interchangeable. I don't see either of them as being more powerful than the other. I don't feel very strongly about this difference. But like I would never put her above him or him or him or her, right? Okay. Continuing on with the list, we're almost done with the high rank. Next up we have Nergigante, one of my favorite monsters in the entire game. Nergigante is a bit of a difficult monster when you first encounter him, especially because he is a monster that is going to really punish your lack of aggressiveness. If you are aggressive, if you are able to keep on relentlessly hitting Nergigante and match his own aggressiveness, you are only going to be rewarded as you are going to keep on breaking his spikes, and that is going to lead to a lot of KOs and just a lot more damage. But however, if you are afraid, if you're not attacking a lot, if you are focusing on defense, his spikes are going to harden, and not only is he going to deal more damage, but your weapon is going to end up bouncing off of him, and you won't be dealing as much damage. So it really is a fight where you need to be aggressive, otherwise it's going to be awful for you, and I think that this is a big noob killer, especially with the big dive bomb. Still, I don't think that ultimately I would rank Nergigante any higher than Kirin, but I think that he is still a very powerful monster that is going to give a lot of players, especially the newcomers, a lot of trouble, and so I place him in the hard difficulty. Yep, Nergi is just a wall. Exactly. He teaches you about aggressiveness, that's why he's one of my favorites. Like, in general, I love Nergigante because of the entire dynamic of the fight. I learned how to Superman dive because of him. That's fair. He really forces you to do it. Now that I think of it, maybe I should have placed Teostra in Extreme. Because I haven't placed... Well, I'm getting ahead of myself, but I'm gonna put Ancient Lesson in here. But I think maybe Teostra should be there as well. It's like... Kulv is definitely not getting into Extreme. Joe is certainly an HP pool, but he is very annoying with the tremors. And I don't know, I feel like fighting him in a bunch of different areas, especially in the Ancient Forest, where there's a lot of elevation. I think those tremors can just lead to very unfortunate deaths. Ancient Legend gives a lot of people a lot of trouble. I'm thinking. So, like, I'm kind of going to be spoiling here, but I would probably place Xenojiva, like, here. I think. Or maybe here. And I would probably place Kulv, like, here, maybe. Or here. It's kind of hard to say because the AT version of Kulv is so different as well. Soloing Ancient Legend is another story. That is true, he's meant to be tackled with 4 players. I'm a bit torn on this. You think normal Kulv is harder than Teostra? What does normal Kulv even do to you? She does have the tail swipe. That's like the most annoying thing she can deal. No, we're not just talking solo, like, I don't think that would be fair. I can see how the lava puke can be difficult. I never ran into that problem very much because I often use the Great Sushi Fish Scales, and they just heal you a ton really quickly, so it's fine. But yeah, I can see that, yeah. It's like... I think that ultimately I think it would be like this. Maybe. For high rank? That is true, positioning is a lot more important with Kulv. That is true. That is true. And Kulv is a bit of a DPS check as well. If you don't know how to use your weapon well enough and optimize your combos and rotations and build efficiently, Kulv is going to punish you. You won't be able to get her horns in the normal quest. And in the AT version, you won't be able to kill her. You think Kulve should be above Kirin? Really? Again, the AT version kind of complicates things. Yeah, her gold mantle, the tail swipe, not the tail swipe, but like how she flips over the mountain with the gold mantle can be annoying for sure. I don't think I would place her higher than Kirin. Like, Kirin, just certain matchups are just super difficult. And I don't think that's the case for Kulve, for most weapons at least. I don't know. It's a bit of an odd discussion here. Yeah, it is true. You need to optimize for Kulve. That is the part where she has a damage check. She really is a damage check. That's like... Elatrion was not the first damage check, she was. Okay, let me get back then. These guys. Nobody said anything about Xeno'jiiva, so I feel like everybody agrees. Yeah, Elatrion was more annoying, sure. But yeah, she was definitely like the first true damage check in the game. Okay, let me continue the recording. Now next up we have Kulve, the siege monster that we got as one of the title updates. Now this monster is very special in the sense that she is meant to be tackled in multiplayer with 4 different players, especially with a lobby full of 16 players all trying to hunt her. Now Kulve is a very interesting monster in the sense that she is essentially a damage check. You really need to optimize your build and your damage rotation as much as possible, really master your weapon to deal as much damage as possible so that you are able to break off her horns and actually complete the quest. And then there's even the Arch-Tempered Kulve, which becomes even more difficult to deal with as it deals a lot more damage. And she even enters this entire new area where she can cover the entire arena on fire. She can make boulders fall from the ceiling. So there is definitely some difficulty to Kulve. And I think that a lot of it is I think a big part of it may be misunderstood because, again, it comes down to a skill check. So ultimately, I'm placing Kulve in the hard difficulty. Yes, Kulve's music is gorgeous, absolutely. Now next up we have the Ancient Lesson. Sorry, this was in hard here, but I'll change it into extreme later. Next up we have the Ancient Lesson, and this guy was a nightmare for so many players. This is another quest that you are meant to tackle in 4-player co-op, as he really has a ton of HP and he is actually going... As he has a ton of HP and one of his attacks is going to bind you with his roots, and that can lead to a certain KO. Not KO, sorry. and that can lead to a certain card because you won't be able to free yourself very easily. And so in those situations you're going to need to rely on your teammates, and because he is essentially a vertical hitbox, it can be somewhat difficult to hit him in the horns, which is his weak spot, and that can make things even more complicated. On top of that, he keeps teleporting all over the place, and he can send out the crows towards you to make things even more annoying. So if you are playing on a team that is not very coordinated, he is going to be very, very difficult. And even for coordinated teams, I do believe that there is reason for me to put Ancient Lesson in the extreme difficulty. Good luck trying to SOS on one of those quests. Good point. And the final monster for high rank is going to be none other than Xeno'jiiva. Now this one is a bit of an odd case because Xeno'jiiva is essentially just a cinematic boss fight. There's not really a lot of things that are going to kill you realistically in this fight because all of his moves are very slow. His lasers are very predictable, and he has such a large hitbox that you are able to attack him non-stop. Now it can be difficult to do him the first time with some weapons like the sword and shield that don't have a lot of range, and that can make things take a lot longer, but ultimately it's not going to be a arduous journey. Although it might be a boring one. So ultimately I'm going to place Xeno'jiiva in the middle of the medium tier, although I can see some people placing him even lower. Yeah, that is a good point. You can totally run out of healing potions against Xeno because he has a lot of HP, your build isn't optimized, and with some weapons you're just not going to be dealing a lot of damage because you can't hit the weak spots. Sadly, I have to sleep. I hope you will stream more often. Thank you, dude. Thank you for dropping by, Martin. I will be streaming more often, yes, absolutely. I have been trying to do that, and I think this is my 3rd or 4th stream in the week. So we're doing pretty well in that regard. I'll try to keep consistent because I really enjoy doing this. It's really fun to talk to you guys. That is true. If you cut off the tail too early, you won't be able to hit him with like the sword and shield, dual blades. Maybe the great sword even, if you don't reach the feet. It can be tough for sure. And I think I'm gonna swap or change. I was thinking that I think I agree with all of these positions, but I think I'm gonna change Lunastro into extreme. Would you guys agree with that? I ranked normal Nergigante, not Ruiner. We still have all the Iceborne monsters left. Yeah, I think that Lunastra does deserve to be in Extreme, yeah. Especially when, I don't know, it feels bad to only have one monster in Extreme. Yeah. Like, again, I don't put Behemoth in Extreme because I do find that the base version is pretty easy. But, like, we all know that Extreme Behemoth goes here. I think everybody agrees. But because he has two different versions, it's kinda tricky. Yeah, I think she deserves it. Because when we get into the Iceborne expansion, that is when we will start to add more extreme difficulty monsters, right? I mean, just look at how stacked this roster is. Yeah, okay, I think I'm gonna do that. So now that we have concluded the high rank monsters, I'm going to be changing a couple of positions. I'm going to be placing Teostra. I'm going to be placing Lunastra at the end of the extreme difficulty because I do believe that she is very, very powerful. She's going to be very annoying for a lot of players. And when you get to the master rank, especially with her aura, she is going to output a ton of damage, and you really need to watch out for your health. And finally, there is Behemoth, where depending on the version of him that you are fighting against, extreme difficulty would be here in extreme, and the base one would be, well, here on hard. Also loving these live retakes. I do a lot of mistakes while reading. It's because I don't think that I sound very natural in a recording if I just speak normally in the stream. How do I place this? I don't think it would sound very well if I were to just speak the way that I'm speaking right now for the video. Does that make sense? I don't know how to put it. But ultimately, I will leave Behemoth in the hard difficulty. Like, I know you can totally hear whenever I'm doing my quote-unquote YouTube voice, as some of my friends like to put it. But I don't know, it's hard for me to not try to sound extra for the videos. I don't know how to put it. It's hard for me to stay natural when recording, is how I would say it. Yeah, it's your style. I love your videos. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now I'm trying to get an idea of how I would rank these other monsters. Where exactly I would place some of them. Okay, here's what I think I'm gonna do, guys. It's getting pretty late, so I'm going to finish the stream now and try to get some work ahead on the editing for the tier list. And then tomorrow I'll try to stream earlier and we'll get back into the tier list. And by tomorrow we should have new gameplay for our Monster Hunter Wilds, so we'll take a look at that as well, because I've now been streaming for over 4 hours and I'm not used to doing long streams, so I don't want to risk getting burnt out on something that I'm loving doing. So if you guys don't mind, I'm gonna stop here and I'll come back tomorrow more energized, and we'll finish the tier list. We'll talk about some more about wilds and do some Fatalis runs as well, because we didn't get to do that today. So yeah, thank you so much for all the support on the videos and the streams. It's been amazing. Thank you so much. I really enjoyed live streaming with you guys, so I will be doing my best to keep you updated on all the news for Monster Hunter Wilds and everything else. So, once again, thank you so much for everything. Also, before you leave, please do leave a like on the video, because YouTube actually does count it as a video. So if you could leave a like on the live stream, it does help me out a lot. But with that being said, thank you all so much for watching. My name is Dark Hero, and as always, happy hunting. See you.